have like a matrix.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Recording in progress. Will you do it? I don't even have to log in. I started. Maybe you want to share your screen? Oh, well.
Kairos team, assemble.
Nice.
Can I be the cake?
You laugh, but we are making history here, I tell you. You will remember this.
This is the history in the history of Miro board. This is the most.
Actually, it's a shame this is not recorded, how this thing was pure.
Yeah, big enough.
Yeah. Okay, so who starts? Come here. I'll start.
Documentation or.
The branching.
I just said explain it and make a document in the repo like contributing.md.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I mostly focused on, as you might imagine, documentation things. Yeah, on this column, I listed like some general concepts about documentation. I put this one in red because I wasn't too sure about it. But anyway, the first that I wanted to discuss was define things. I mean, Kairos has lots of concepts, so make sure they're all actually explained and documented. Each of those concepts should have a reference badge. We also have a glossary in the wiki. Yeah, like make sure that if you stumble upon a name like what is a layer, blah, you must get the answer of what that thing is. Otherwise, you don't understand anything in the library. List use cases, like once we know what those things do, try to come up with use cases of what cool things people might want to do with that, and that should give us like an idea of help patches. Help patches should be simple, like very minimal number of nodes explaining one single thing, and then make examples with like super massive nested timeline, crazy setups, whatever. But like sometimes in Elementa you had help patches that were like that, and it was like, no, I don't even care. So yeah, very simple stuff, and also advanced examples. But first priority should be simple things. Write node and pin summaries. It's a pain in the ass to do, but still it's something that we have to do because it immediately gives information to the user, like what this pin is doing.
You mean the control M thing?
Yeah.
Super important.
Yeah, super important. Create catchphrases. Catchphrase is not the right, or maybe we should do motto or whatever. But like for each of the libraries, there should be like 2 sentences that you instantly understand what this library is about, because otherwise it feels convoluted. Like, what is that? Why do I use it? Blah blah. So yeah, come up with like 2 sentences for each library that defines what it does, without going too much into detail. Then for each library, most of the time I just wrote this thing, like I need to play with it first in order to think of help patches. But like for alchemics, I would say what are blending and compositing? As far as I remember when I was watching the repo, this is what came to mind. For layer X, explain the concept again. What is a space? What is a shape? What is a layer? And then again, we playing with it, we'll come up with examples. Bind X, what is a server? Because we agreed on this server concept, exactly. And then a simple binding scenario, how to map foo to bar. That should already explain stuff. Kairos, simple timeline, simple metric, simple compositor, data time binding, and then some crazy setup if you want to show that you can put a timeline in a clip in another timeline, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, that's it for the documentation. Actually, there was a GitHub link somewhere, but I don't know where I put. Yeah, but something like we did on Elementa would be great.
I would like to say something about simplicity and complexity.
Yes.
And this is a thing that I'm seeing lately. Sometimes I open a help patch and I see a very, very easy way to do the things, and then I see a very, very complex scenario. And sometimes this is more like a criticism about pretty much the way we are documenting all the libraries. So there is not a step-by-step evolution.
That's maybe tutorial.
Yeah, it's
Well,
more a tutorial thing, but I'm missing that lately. So we are going in this way of very, very simple things and very, very monsters.
And no in between, is that what you mean?
Sometimes I miss this kind of in between things, and I have the feeling that in beta was more developed in that way. But this is more like an off-topic thing, but I just came to my brain now.
Okay.
Just
Some sort of progression.
a kind of progression, but maybe this is the place is a tutorial. Maybe we are using more tutorials.
Yeah, between beta and half patch was everything, no? Like was the thing was specification of the thing and maybe a little example in the patch how to use it or you know. And yeah, we have a more structured way approach to documentation. So there should be a very simple app patch, which is a reference, so to say, where there is exactly like a description of the principles of something. But then there should be like tutorials for that are the thing that, okay, from this principle, we can build something complex. Or we guide you through this journey, no? Otherwise, just start from this very simple thing to a massive scenario to never wait.
Sometimes you get a power one, like a
Tutorials.
I feel like a stupid because I understand only the simple part. But
Okay.
Tutorial, but this is
but this
bigger
is more
topic.
the field of tutorials.
Yeah.
Forget it. This is just to keep it here because we are recording, and maybe in 10 years we can.
We remember.
No. Do they not want to see this? Maybe.
There is a developer here.
I didn't see you.
Yeah, and just to show you how we did in Elementor was that for every help patch, we just like, sketched that this way, and I think we could do the same here, but anyway, let's not get too crazy, just to show you what it looks like there. I think for the documentation, that's it.
I wanted to add, and maybe you kind of covered it in a spread conceptual way, but a glossary, I think is important, which is just about the terms.
It's there.
It's there, no?
And it says define things
We should also have a glossary in the wiki. It
no.
could be linked in the help browser.
too fast.
In addition to that, the setup wiki structure in GitHub is kind of, when you marked it red, I kind of did not describe what it really meant. I thought about having an API documentation is one thing, but having the wiki, having something like core concepts and having like a define basic outline what makes sense to like communicate to the user, and then just this is more like the part of figuring out how to communicate this stuff.
Okay, gotcha. I also sketched a bunch of other things. No, it said that's not what I know. Wait. A bit in the DevOps, but maybe Lars, you also wrote some things here. We said decide on a branching model. We discussed that already. Decide on release strategy and versioning schema and document it somewhere. Did I write that or did you? You, okay. Do you want to?
I think it's
Create a research lab NuGet account, okay? Build GitHub workflow to with NuGet release tagging. Those are roughly the ones that we use in Fuse, but just for them to Kairos. Set up test project in solution. I thought like we had in Elementor, like that it detects red nodes in help patches when it builds. That could be interesting. And create issue templates on GitHub. That's a feature that I think is interesting that we could use. Like so that when people make a bug report, they can just write there, blah doesn't work, and you don't know anything. Like just prompt them, like give us what is the version, what are you trying to do, repro steps.
I would add, well, I don't know if it's a point to add, but for example, in OpenCV, the repo is owned by VVV, but I'm the one who's usually pushing and releasing NuGets. And it happens every, I don't know if it's 6 months or a year that the key, the API key is expired. So I don't know if there's a way that a few of us can have access to generating and managing this stuff, so that if you're on holiday and we want to release a NuGet, we're not stuck, you know.
Good one.
I guess, yeah, we will have someone responsible for that.
Hopefully a couple of people.
There is something I share about something, so I don't remember, like, yeah, project management, share password, like how do we share these passwords to the email address, to this my whole account, to the NuGet, blah blah.
Text fine.
Yeah, sure. No, I put it on my password manager, but I don't know if you guys have a password manager.
Bitwarden, I don't know.
Same.
Yeah. So everyone on Bitwarden,
I think maybe I need a tutorial. I need to start using some password management.
okay.
Oh,
I
yeah.
have a Google Doc.
On a shared account with no password.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm in Kairos, but still I'm using a Google Doc for my password.
Just go to bitwarden.com, create an account, and that's all you need to know. Anyway. So yeah, that's the thing. Did I write something else? Let me just decide on. Yeah, I mean, I mostly focused on the documentation really, and that's shit. Let's do that. Okay. That's something I wrote. Yeah, also on the UI, try to go on to the UI of the small libraries. In layer X, we want to create those editors. And each layer and each step should have their own editor. But yeah, I mean, that's obvious. And yeah, that's the same here. And also, seems to be a big topic, this editor registration thing that would unlock, that would actually, before we have that, I don't know if we can tackle those things here. We could.
So then
Regarding the track UI.
Yeah, that's
you
yes.
have, I mean, you mean layer X UI, if this is actually about the track,
Mhm.
I guess. Then I would just be careful that you don't end up with many track UIs and then realize that you can't do a marquee selection over all of them because they are separate entities, you know. Stuff like that, you need to be careful about.
But that's
Maybe it's you have to build them already in a way that they are meant to work on a big canvas.
But that's Kairos' job to do that, no?
No. Kairos is not about editing. What could happen is that we find like a shared protocol between all these editors, so they expect an interaction server. So that everyone, even if you instantiate multiple of them, they just receive the same selection that is happening and is managed there.
Okay,
But
already a little bit sophisticated maybe. For, I mean, such a small thing like Alchemix or Layer X, where it's all about simple
yeah,
ideas.
the cool thing is that
You suddenly have a selection server popping in. That sounds a bit weird, maybe.
but no, it's a single thing, for example. So at that point, the advantage of this is that on the Alchemix level or Layer X level, we can still implement this editor that works there, but also works at the timeline level when we have multiple instances. It's the same. They will work in the same way. We can have the same editors for that library, and they work also on the other library.
Yeah. Just wanted to mention this.
Yeah. It's something we need to think about it.
You might even drag a Bezier point above the actual track. You might want to do this when editing the curves, that you can go outside the track because there's still space. Why not? And then when you select the other track, then this part gets hidden. You know that is over the maximum value, that it doesn't look too weird. But stuff like that you could want. So it's not only about a selection server that tells me what is selected, but actually having this in mind that the component itself doesn't end there, but could make use of the space surroundings.
I mean, we can have a dedicated session to this, then we see, if we see that, okay, I'm just thinking to this module and also in building it in a way that it needs to consider interaction with other stuff around it, it's too complicated. We can always say, okay, we can use probably reuse most of it, but then we can register an editor for a spread of tracks. No, which is already like maybe using some of this functionality, but adding on top some more intelligence, no? So at that point,
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that there you could this is a very modularized approach. Like okay, I can extend layer X. They already come with UIs for the small things, but maybe another way of thinking is it is that they don't have the UI and everything comes with Kairos and you just focus on building the UI for that. Because the other stuff you might not need, I don't know. It's just something to think about.
I was training on scenario issue. You just maybe wanna put in your patch something from layers like this interpolator, and then tooltip you have visualization there, or even like just the editor.
Inspector, but I don't know what it is, but.
Yeah, maybe I'm thinking wrong because to do this thing, couldn't we just think that? I mean, multiple interpolators stack on top of each other only makes sense in Kairos, no?
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't we have those individual thing and it's Kairos's job to actually know that all the keyframes that they are here, and Kairos know that when it drags a selection there, since he knows the position of the keyframe and everything, he can select multiple things. But the individual timelines, tracks, so to say, interpolator don't need to know about that. They just need to expose which keyframe they have, where the keyframe is, and then Kairos knows, okay, I have 3 tracks with the keyframe here, keyframe here.
What is this Kairos that you're talking about? It's an editor.
Yeah, the timeline editor.
Timeline editor, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Like that, you don't care about when you design the interpolator, you don't care about the fact that it will be stacked.
You mean that the interpolator itself would just be a viewer?
Yeah, it's a viewer, but
You don't edit that.
yes,
It's able to.
no, you edit that, but it also exposes the fact that it has one keyframe here, one clip here, and then the timeline, the selection mechanism knows that, okay, I have 3 tracks, one has a keyframe, one has a clip, so when I make a bar key selection here, I know that I am hit testing over this and this and this and that, because the interpolator tells me what it has inside. See what I mean?
So the editing features are part of the Kairos. This guy just exposed, as you say, which is like giving a view of this, right? No, it's not moving its own objects. That the task is just in a way it's just a visualizer of the model of a track, right? An interpolator. It doesn't do much more.
I mean, that shouldn't be the case. No, it should be, if you create one interpolator, you should also click on an inspector, the other track, and edit it there.
Yeah.
Without Kairos, not talking about Kairos, just Lurpix.
It's also true that I was thinking that at the layer X level, maybe it doesn't make sense to edit an interpolator, because an interpolator, you can add a clip. You would still require a wrapping around an interpolator, because an interpolator is just a node that takes a spread of clips, a spread of items. So what does it mean that you edit? You can't edit. The patch itself is the editor. So if we want to have at that level the possibility to have a single track interpolator, that would be already a wrapper, something new. A very simplified version of the timeline that has a model, which is the interpolator, and then your editor just adds stuff there, and this synchronizes the pins.
Maybe it's not worth it, you know.
It's not worth it because it's a timeline.
Yeah,
It's a timeline.
with one track.
One track. So at that point,
It's not.
So maybe you
it's just a view.
you want to develop a view for
A view,
layer.
just a view. For layer X, I would say it would be cool to have and very useful to have like a tooltip, let's say, or a view over what you're doing. No,
I don't understand why this wouldn't be interesting to just a single track. Like, let's say you want to like
Because
sequence.
the machinery is so complicated, like having a model and a runtime and having a server internally that check the models and then create pins eventually for.
Duplicate Kairos,
How is that?
timeline.
Yeah, okay, so
Okay, now we have another timeline.
Yeah, okay,
just one
okay.
track.
so if you want just with one track, you use Kairos.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay, well, yeah, okay, makes sense.
Or you don't use any editor.
Or you don't use an editor, you just patch it.
You
Is
just
that what
patch
you mean?
it.
Have
Yeah.
this
You
view
use
that
a
lets you.
functionality, but
Yeah, okay, okay. Okay,
I mean, it makes sense. Yeah.
so then what I was referring to might make sense actually, like the fact that it only gives away what it has inside, and then Kairos has this notion of knowing keyframe here, marquee, all of that is selected.
layer X would provide the viewer, but not even, no. Yes, because I mean, yes. I was in Kairos, there are multiple kinds of clips.
Yeah.
Because Kairos includes a wrapping around. So a clip in Kairos is already a layer X clip plus maybe one way to produce a vector. For example, getting from a pin. So this is a clip in Kairos. It's already specified way, specified thing. You know what I mean?
It's obvious if we look here, right? This in blue, this is the layer X. This is layer X, no? The blue thing, where we have a keyframe, and then we have a layer that we can patch. This would be the patch, no? We put a node. These are the nodes that we would patch in layer X. We put an interpolator with a cons that takes some shapes, in this case 4 keyframes. Each one of them we plug a layer. Now there could be a region, could be a value layer node, but still this would be the patch in layer X, right? Kairos already, since we don't want to do, we could do it manually, Kairos allowed to have an input pin with a layer, and in there we could patch all the stuff, no? But Kairos provide already some pre-made, easy to use nodes, okay, this version of the clip, which wrap together a keyframe and a value layer, because it takes the value from the model of the clip itself. This is a constant. Or it wrapped in a way that we have a keyframe and a layer that takes the value from a pin that was generated on top of the timeline node, so that we can link from outside in the patching inside that clip. So you see, it's like creating more intelligent wrappers that already introduce advanced way to one of these, for example, will be for sure the channel clip, where we can create this channel clip and we can specify, okay, get the value from this channel that comes from anywhere, with this binding thing. So what I'm saying, what we would display in layer X is just literally the keyframe or the shape or the clip, right? But I was thinking maybe at the Kairos level, we want to differentiate graphically, the different clips depending on what they are. I don't know. So maybe at that point, it wouldn't even make sense to, or we would have different versions. For layer X, we would represent very simply.
Look different.
I don't know, depending, okay, if it's a constant value, we want to show the constant value in there. If it's a value input, we want to write with the text the pin name. Just saying, or if it's I don't know, just saying.
Yeah.
Each one of these introduce some concept, or like if it's a channel, I want to have inside the clip the preview of the value, but also somehow an hint where this channel is. I don't know, just saying. So, but this is already going to dedicate a discussion, I guess, about the topic.
Good job, Sebs.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so what do? Do we review everything and then we assign role, we say we do this in that milestone, blah blah? So first we get an overview and then we.
First we go through.
And we want to.
I'll do serialization quickly because it's not that big.
If Elias, the more brainy stuff at the beginning, you talk to Elias.
He hasn't had time yet, so.
Just throw it away.
No, I just want to.
You know, we do run that, if it's something like about organization, there will be. Wanted to ask you something. So we have Mr. Serialization in person here.
Where did I go? though? What is, Miro, you have it as an application. Right, so we had a few, so this is about serialization and how do we export, import, and communicate the model. So again, we want to maybe do partial imports and exports of the model, right? Maybe I want to just take 2 tracks of some other timeline and bring them into this new timeline, things like this, or save only this subsection into a file, whatever. Of course, we want to communicate these things over the network. This, I think, is not so relevant right now, and of course, writing to file. So my initial thought was, well, first we want to know which types of, how we want to wrap this thing. I found this website that lists all the known serialization formats. So I kind of skipped ahead and made this step already. And okay, and so as tasks, we have this, well, initially, and you can correct me if it's not necessary, but what I thought is we could use this same idea of the channels. You wanted to say something?
Could you zoom in a bit?
Yes. We have this idea of these servers or channels, which are like this data hubs or whatever you want to call them. I thought the serialization providers, as I named them, could be also this kind of concept. And I can have multiple serialization provider implementation. Well, what did I call them? Serialization implementation providers that take care of explaining how to read and write in these different formats, right? And then I can choose to have my model be serialized by one or multiple of them at the same time. And so we have to design this interface. This basically has a serialized and a deserialized method. You guys already have something like this in VL, so maybe this interface is not even necessary. And so, well, I split it in tasks. So for every idea here, you will see that there's the design, the implementation, and the documentation task. So that's why there's so much stuff. And then, so once we have this interface or this contract or this idea, then we can go ahead and implement it for JSON, BSON, protobuf, CSV, XML, YAML, which I think are the relevant ones for now. And of course, we can add more later if that's necessary. And so my initial idea was that because I was just checking in OpenCV, for example, we have the math and the CV image serialization. What you do is you create a class that implements an interface that these guys already provide. And then you have to implement the serialize and the deserialize method. And there you explain how this data is supposed to either be compacted and written out or decompressed and written in. And so what I was thinking is instead of having the implementation there in a specific class, we could have some sort of delegate mechanism where you ask the providers that you want to give you the implementation for the specific formats. And then this serialization mechanism that's already built in EVL could use those delegates instead of a static thing. I don't know if this makes sense.
I only know that we only use XML, right?
Yeah.
Our interface.
You can also put text documents.
I don't have it in my head right now, but I only know it's XML. I don't have an abstraction over the. I have a question.
Yep.
Is this supposed to work in a way that it ends up in extra files, or it doesn't matter?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, because I think it would be nice if it's. I think currently it is like that the value of the white pin that stores the whole model somehow ends up in the XML as proper XML. and not, weirdly a string. And, yeah, that, if it could stay like that,
It would stay like
think that would be great, because then I would want to check, how to get this format and all the keys in there, compatible with the merge tool, so that multiple people can work together on a timeline.
The model will stay in the feed for sure.
Huh?
The model will be stored in the feed as it is now.
Yeah, but there are some GUIs flying around, and
They're just cleaning and they're called ID.
yeah, I would like to check how to make the merge tool aware of that. That the keyframes get aligned and the tracks get aligned and so on.
This, I guess, is
Maybe we need some sort of standard, or maybe I need to define something how it has to be serialized in order to make the merge tool able to track that.
And eventually we will need also a binary serialization for real
This
time.
BSON
Yeah.
that's there is binary JSON, which is
Yeah.
very, very lightweight.
I mean, not to be safe in the drive, but to complicate it in real time.
Also, maybe to save it in the.
In my mind,
Doesn't
I will not grasp yet why you would want to have so many. Yeah, different lines, it doesn't help. I mean, how does it help me? Like, I don't know, you have a timeline, you copy something and then you send it to me, and
I mean, I'm thinking more to sending the results of the timeline in real time to a lot of clients in my system.
The results.
you mean the model?
Maybe the model, and they recreate the part, and I'm just sharing the runtime part.
Yeah, maybe you have a data visualization tool that you want to also feed with this data, and this works with JSON. So you pack it up as JSON and you send it over there, and you can do things outside V4 with this in some given format.
Sometimes you have to communicate with all the tools.
It's about the model. So they have a different idea of how they want to have the data.
Yeah, exactly.
But you know what I mean? It's just about storing the model class of your timeline, of Kairos.
I see where you're going.
We are not compatible with anything out there, for sure not.
Yeah.
So you will have to build a translation anyways.
Okay,
So that's why I don't understand why we should split it out in 5 different YAML, XML, CSV, and whatnot.
because it's the model, not the values.
But in the end, you always use one representation anyways. So why do the 5?
Well, I guess it does make sense in the case of BSON for network
This one,
multi-instance synchronization, let's say, that I want to pass the actual model to another Kairos instance
We
somewhere.
have that already, no?
What?
We can just do serialize, we have to serialize which are based on that picture, they do that.
But then XML, no.
No, they have BSON and binary format, but BSON of that.
Okay,
And they are quick and they serialize anything. And if it's a model patched in VL, they will just serialize it. And then you can deserialize it on the other side and feed it into the runtime, and
So in my
it
mind,
synchronizes to the model, and that's
in my mind, the serialization part could be a server that you create dedicated to serialization, where you say, okay, I'm gonna have this new serialization task and pick that timeline, okay, and serialize with this technique or binary, by default, I don't know, and send it over OSC in this port, no? And this guy will take care of talking to the OSC server and send it over network. Anyway, but
Why is it why isn't something that I call
now, it's like, you know, that we thought about all this processor, that high processor, there is OSC server, main server, but in a way, they all communicate
this module.
with each other with using channels, and that's the power now that you can really just use this common interface and binding things together. Instead of where shall we put this function?
So you have actors that are running in parallel and communicate via messages.
Yes. So instead of injecting
these functionalities necessarily into a timeline, which is not necessary, no? To build up this functionality of timeline when we have externalized this functionality into like an actor outside. But
It sounds like yet another research topic. To have these actors sending messages to each other.
yes, it's already on there, like
Now, what we discussed with the binding or X, that was something else. No, there it was about just parameters, kind of the end user and some machines attached to that that take these values and send it over media. That's what we had, and now you extended, or you took that idea
and transform it into a protocol to share data between actors, which could be parameters, but could be also like in other kind of.
The model, we also thought about, maybe you also want to serialize the UI configuration, like if I have the inspector on this side with this size and you know, those kinds of things could all, like the theme and blah, all these things could also end up.
They will be like services, no? That everyone can talk to and get stuff back. And they are able to implement these channels and talk to other services. Like in a modular fashion.
You look very skeptical.
No,
Yes.
it's just, yeah, I don't know. How is this related to that discussion?
No, this would, I mean, it could be one of these actors that provide
The serialization.
because it's like, okay, I from the user perspective, the editor, I don't know, you wanna send this timeline over OSC at this address. You do that, you think that what happens is that from here, from the editor, ask the serialization actor, I want to serialize this model that comes from there and sending over this OSC. So you take care of talking to the OSC server and establishing a channel that the channel is for. So whatever you produce after the serialization, you send it to him that is sent over network at that address. No, this is what happens under the hood. And we already tried that approach when I did give me in the patch that we did the other time. I was talking to one of these actors that already created a channel for a purpose, even though I wasn't thinking to that purpose here as a consumer, as a client. We can go back to. I wanted to review that patch and talk about this parameter X because I think it's a nice could be a beautiful way to simplify this application.
Jason,
Find an architecture that can grow with actor.
I mean, I can imagine one scenario that maybe not serializing the whole model, but serializing the keyframes.
Yeah.
For example, if I want to share all my keyframes, they are very, very simple tracks, just keyframes and flows. And I want to load this data in other software.
Yeah, okay, so maybe
But
the initial
we-
explanation here,
We need to create a kind of
convert it there, yeah.
Convert.
yeah, it has to be custom and
It's an export.
There's an export dialogue which asks you what you want to do.
Yeah, and this,
Kind of.
and this in my mind, this could be like one of
Avoiding
these
what?
actors, no, that just takes care of translating and eventually, and yeah.
from, I don't know, from.
Yeah. I mean,
Adobe or whatever. Yeah.
it sounds genius in a way. We also always wanted to have some high level patching level where you can have actors that are running in parallel and sending messages to each other. But it's a different way of thinking. It's we are all not used to it. I would say. And it has some pros and cons, yeah. Typically, when calling a function, you know that the task is done. You can read the outputs, and this is genius as well. Function call. Okay, now the job is done. It's serialized or got file is loaded, now I can just use the data. If you abstract everything in actors that send messages to each other, then you have to wait for the answer. You have to, it's just a different way of thinking. You send a message, hey, you or anybody, please do something for me, and at some point you have to remind yourself, oh, yeah, no, there's the answer, and now what did I want to do? I mean,
As you say, the two approaches has pro and cons. It's just about what to use when. I think that there are advantages in having this flexibility. Obviously, if you just want a function, have a function that is part of your algorithm here, it doesn't make sense to externalize it.
yeah, just
But that's why we
that's the danger here.
that's the danger. But
To
we are not doing that.
concept that and then yeah, you overcomplicate things that
But in this case, in all these examples, these services that we ask are just ending branches. We are not expecting anything back. We are just saying, you do this stuff, I'm not expecting anything back. That's the power of it. So everything that is meaningful happens already in this complex tool. There are Kairos tools. And they already have building graphs and functions that get used internally again, and that's confined. These are really like services that can send this over OC. I don't expect anything back. You do your stuff. Serial this and sending over OC. I don't expect anything. It's just that end.
yeah.
Not my
But deserialized is not a server.
Deserialized.
I mean,
When you load something,
no,
then you want to have an answer back when it's done. So serialized would work differently. Than setting and loading would be completely different.
I mean,
One
eventually
is not,
you will
operation
need some information that even when you are serializing, hey, when you are really serializing, I can do certain actions after that. Also, I'm not 100% maybe following you, but in deserializing, you need an answer back. And also serializing in certain situations, you will need to know if the serialization is ready to continue and do other stuff. Because it is long. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe
Yeah,
you
yeah,
need
yeah.
a message. Maybe you need to invent a message loop or queue. Or there are so many actors.
But
Like, for example, what we were talking about with the inspector, no? If you want to inspect a class, edit a class, you have channel of object, which is an observable, a mutable thing. I just trigger, I want to set this, the inspector receive that on event, and then have the object and can operate it, whatever. If we inspect immutable object, then we send the channel is a channel of object. You send and the inspector hold a channel of objects, so it can start operating on this channel, internal channel. So you could think in the same way. So in this system, those signals could be just a pipeline that gets built through which you can have a bidirectional communication still. Right? If you say, okay, load me this file.
And tell me when it's ready. Yeah. That's for a visual feedback in the UI, for example. Even if you're saving something, you want to know when it's ready. And you get a message. Okay, the file was saved. Only just for this kind of stupid things, you will need a kind of
for this kind of very high level tasks that are not intertwined with the hardcore computation of the things. I think it's nice to have this modularity, and
I don't know. This is more on your territory, guys.
I'm aware that they are pro and con. That's why it's good to use this approach just for certain things, and those certain things are to me exactly what separate the Kairos tool from the rest. No, Kairos already has these competencies and this task, again, these graphs and computational values. These tools are like communicating with these closed machines.
Yeah, and I don't really see the difference between one of these servers that provides me a clock or some value and one that gives me the model after being deserialized from a file or from a network message, you know. It's just data in the end, you know, that this thing is giving me.
Yeah, maybe I interpreted too much into what you're planning to do. It sounded to me also a little bit like something in the direction of multi-threading and you know, doing things in parallel in tasks, and it's also makes sense to you know, if you have this core running and now you just want to send stuff over network and or whatever, then to do this on different threads, we just need to make sure that in the next frame, whenever you start again changing the values in here, that these tasks are done. But okay, I don't know. Of course,
Concurrency feature.
completely independent actors.
Concurrency feature, yeah.
Yeah.
Multi people reading or writing in the same part of the model in different places, kind of that what you're speaking of now.
Yeah. 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 Okay. It's a little bit tricky.
It's an open topic anyway, yeah. It's just that we thought, okay, that parameter binding architecture was pretty cool, somehow flexible. Can we somehow bring it to also in another domain, which is high level functionalities communicating between each other? So
maybe we just need to discuss in more detail.
Yeah.
Maybe there is some ideas that we should come up with, like what's a frame, when does a frame start and stop, and how can we synchronize different threads in a way that we're sure that when the next frame gets computed, that all the other actors have completed their jobs, stuff like that.
Okay.
perfect.
Also, well, then I thought, you know, there might be use cases in which we want to encrypt the model. So that would be also part of like a serialization feature. In that same idea, well, what we just said, concurrency, if we're really sending parts of the model across the network and they're being modified in multiple places, we will need to take into account who is writing, when is it logged, this kind of stuff.
By the way, what about boy grouping? Can we have?
Kind of. So yeah, not planted.
We have this automatic bridges.
Yeah, we have some hacks.
Like you have the auto reload, so you can, if you share a network folder, it just auto reload, no?
Yeah.
We just need a network drive for that.
We were using that.
Yeah, exactly. Works fine so far. It's nothing more than the old system did in that sense. But the bridges, the blue-gray.
There was also
just basically manually defined where it's going what, right? Yeah.
We had some bridge nodes and
Yeah.
but in the end we didn't use it because we wanted to have a different patch on the server than on the clients.
I wanted
Because sometimes it's a little bit weird to think in a void group fashion. With void group, the idea is you have one system running on all machines, and you yeah, the blue nodes are everywhere, and the gray nodes are only on the server. But sometimes it's a little bit weird to think of the system like that.
I know. I mean, it's advantages also for certain things. Could introduce knives. I imagine mirror. the last couple of hours, we were sitting here, each one on a computer, collaborating, working on the same thing. Yeah, and this was I was thinking, what if we synchronize patches, which contains, again, the model of a timeline is just a pin, will get serialized. So when you share, when you don't have a patch, you are sharing most of the timeline. So then if you synchronize, then you merge the serialized version of the patches, and then it means that it will be like collaborating, each one adding keyframes, and they get merged together. But this was the brave part that I went there.
The only difference that
That's a completely different thing. It's
Yeah.
not point
no, it's
No,
it's
but-
sharing the model. It's different.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sharing and merging them all the time.
Well, looking would be the bridge that you're building for.
I think that, yeah, that's why I'm saying that maybe so will be more interesting to think about this feature we are imagining for Kairos, because again, if you have a timeline, you add a dynamic keyframe and you start adding some functionality in the patch, you can still share the model, but what's in the patch won't be replicated anywhere, right? So it's limited as a feature of synchronized. The real model of this Kairos graph is the patch.
Everything.
So
Or is it the JPEG you just added to that folder?
That's a genius idea. That's a genius idea with the
Merging
constantly merging. I mean, for a start, you have, let's say you have a network drive and everybody has access to this file, yeah. And all you do is you patch along. For now, let's say you have to save in order to commit to your changes. But whenever you save, the other computer detects the new file and logs it and merges it with whatever you added.
Yeah, instead of reloading and discarding the changes,
It just merges it in.
And we also.
That would be great.
that would be fun.
You get rid of the saving, you just actually somebody actually. 0.5 dollars, 0.7.
Yeah, maybe API cooking or feature where you see the cursor of who's contributing to it, no? Then it will be over.
Get to see the names.
Exactly. Like
Yeah, like this, yeah.
And then you start seeing someone the other patching. I don't know. This doesn't sound great.
It would also be fun to do a workshop like this.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you can at the tutor, you can always get, I have no problem.
Yeah, exactly. I always like that. Somebody want to get around.
You should catch me just this.
Get back. Oh, guys, we should have meetings like this every week. This one and the cache region. But the cache region. But the cache region.
Cash
Which always does it.
Would have the same case. The still get funny things that can bring joy.
Yeah, I guess then this is open for more deep, exciting discussions. I mean, the initial idea, I guess then the only important thing about this is the export import tool, right? Which has a serialization component to it, but it's more of a conversion thing than anything else.
Partial, so.
That was exciting, like being able to, I have this machine with Kairos and this other one, and they're synced over the network, but I only want to sync these 2 tracks and not my whole composition, that could also be powerful in a way.
Also.
Or I only want to save these 2 tracks and not everything, because I only need those over there later, in a file or in the pin or whatever.
Yeah, that's building like a file system, like a file protocol format, like a Kairos format, in which you can save this.
Yeah.
But again, that is again the patch.
But this is more like an editor functionality that can be also is related to serialization, but it's more like the way you.
But if we manage this, it's doing it.
5 minutes.
But if we match that this synchronization, at the VL level, then I think we can't really ask for more. Okay.
Next.
Do you want to? Because it's the most stupid part of the thing. We are talking about very, very high level, I mean, low level concepts. And then we are going to talk about.
Highly complex, low level.
Highly complex, yeah, you're right, that's the point. And then we are going to talk.
Here we are
about
with this, which is.
So I kind of picked the low hanging fruit here for me, which is the communication part. I wrote some on the documentation and also some on DevOps that Seb already explained, so that's not necessary to go further in. For the communication part, I kind of had a look at what can we do to kind of have an easy way to deploy the website that doesn't really make any work or doesn't. Yeah, that's just an easy way. So we need just to start and decide on the underlying tech with which is kind of I removed the the idea was to kind of use a static site generator. I don't know if you are familiar with that. It's kind of you just modify let's say markdown files or something, and then the idea was when we use GitHub pages, we have these markdown files somewhere stored in the repository. When you just edit those files and push to the repository, and then GitHub kind of takes we use GitHub Actions to just generate the page. So we have a very easy way of editing files, and then just the deployment is just automated in that regard. So this kind of is what's the first two tickets here are. We first need to decide what kind of technology we want to use, and then how we want to integrate that. Then, of course, we need to decide on the website structure, which is, do we want to have just a single page where we just lay out the basic information, like what is Kairos, or do we have some more in-depth information down there? I think the most simple way would be just to have a single page, and then just link maybe to the wiki, like that. Then decide on the content, and we need someone who writes like the text and decides what images are on there and all that stuff that needs to be done. Video teaser I didn't add, but kind of really is on the same vein as deciding which content. This I don't know who added this. Maybe that's not something I put there. One other thing I just kind of put down here was transcribe what we have in time sync and control. And I kind of did it in the same manner as Randall did for the serialization part down there. We just took what we decided on here, and I made the distinction between first of all, we need to collect and prioritize what kind of protocols we want to use for the clock, what is relevant, and then I don't know if we already have this. We need, when we have these internal clocks, like we like real-time or non-real-time clocks, we kind of need a generalized definition of a clock or some kind of interface, or I don't know what I don't know if that's already present in Kairos, but yeah, we kind of need that. And then if we want to consume external services that provide these clocks, I thought it makes sense to kind of first think about how are we going to, this is kind of redundant, I guess. How do we define those? I thought about some kind of adapter we have there that kind of takes the logic of translating what we get from these external services to kind of use in Kairos, and just design or make sense of where we store this conversion logic, and maybe have also a generalized interface for that. And after that, I just kind of put that we just need to implement and document these external services or external protocols. This is just like, we need some tasks to do that. And I guess as the other parts on documentation and DevOps are already taken care of, I guess that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Do I do that? So, yeah. We are just going to talk a bit about the UI advanced widgets. So, for example, how was the first one?
So the first one is
Yeah, this one, no?
let's talk about those three first, maybe.
Yeah,
It's like wish list.
it's here. Yeah. So this is more like a technical thing. I'm very high level stuff. So get most events in a more convenient way. Just one node. No, that was one of the things in GUI.
Which is, we can say it's done.
Okay, is it done? The slider XY, you were working on that kind of?
We will have it
Yeah, I mean, but this is more like and some essential things that we will need in order to build the timeliners and also the matrix, which is moving and resizing things and this kind of stuff. Snapping. This is also one thing that is kind of missing in GUI, like overlapping widgets, kind of grouping.
Also done.
No, it's also done. Bezier. This is like other ways of building stuff using in GUI, like the Voronoi 2D field in Chatem.
We just need to check code that interpolation.
Yeah.
You can just copy over.
Yeah.
In layers.
And also styling the whole graph, for example, not just styling one single widget, no? And
styling in GUI is quite limited, no?
yeah, but we don't need to get super deep into that. It's more like changing colors and this kind of stuff, and changing eventually the fonts. And I don't know really in GUI, but it will be great to have this kind of multi-slider and envelope editors. Yeah, that will be interesting. In one just mouse stroke to have this kind of.
I mean, for now, if they manage to get Elementor and Proindi, that easily.
Yeah.
For now, we could just use Elementor widgets.
And this is more like more for the developers. So get notifications from Skia widgets. The widgets we design with Skia using in GUI. Is it done?
He said it will be done not today.
Yeah, right. I'm just enumerating the things.
No, but the thing is, if you use if we go Elementor way as a temporary solution, right? You just bring all the Elementor stuff in GUI. That thing, there's Skia widget. We just use it for like rendering the stuff there. But then you have a context, right? I was looking into the context node. You have a context in Elementor that basically gets the context from the Skia layer, right? So what you have there, basically, you have some tabs and you have this property. You get the mouse and keyboard, basically. So that mouse and keyboard, it comes from a wrapper that we make in the the immediate. I can show it later. That's how it works. Basically, you make a wrapper that you get all the mouse events from the window. Like, forget about anything else. Whatever you do with your mouse in the window of the GUI, you get them. You can send them upstream to the context. You basically just build another pin. And then okay.
Couldn't there be like an GUI node that is called Elementum widget, and you plug an Elementum?
I think that's going to be a Skia widget.
No, but Elementum has this notion of the context, blah, blah, blah.
We should combine in GUI and Elementor and call it Dream GUI.
Yep. But I don't think you need another one because Elementor is getting this information from the layer, right?
No, but it's just that every time you do that, you need to add an Elementor node, no?
Yeah.
In order to output a layer, which is kind of heavy.
But I'm a little bit confused.
Okay.
Yesterday, we also talked about your UI. Do we now have a more concrete plan than yesterday or not?
This is more like a
It's not
task
very,
base.
very much the same, like, ideas, but not real, like, plan. There is three, I mean, there was also the idea to somehow have a. It's provide, thing in there and, then there's the question, is it possible, but it would open other, possibilities. And we would need to check, what's possible, if it's even thinkable of having one, application, one window with, skier-based, skier widgets in there, in the GUI and Stripe widgets. Or is it just possible to either have the one or the other, because the whole mesh has to be rendered? So we need to research first a little bit, but
They check more like options or plans, a little feature at the eye level node.
but are there wishes?
Yes,
Because we would also start with the one or the other research. Yeah, so there is one thing is, the thing would be, I'm really thinking of, instead of doing the sphere widget, if you want to fix the sphere widget in a way that it sends the context up instead of through the layer pin to the context pin going up, that is actually the main problem. The context pin is, forget about the context pin, but we just need to fix the skier widget so that it that the layer is sorry, that's maybe I'm getting the detail.
So then I would say after this fix, then this would open different possibilities, no? One possibility is to patch in Skia something visually, then we can patch we can create a editing framework in BL to handle objects that when we draw in Skia and just using the notification that comes from there, or we could use Elementor in there because Elementor we have output the Skia layer. So it opens up different possibilities.
So one thing I'm trying to say is like the fixing the Skia widget that would solve a lot of problems, because to my understanding, I mean, I just look at it one day, like going through it. To my understanding, the drawing in GUI is just ugly. And I don't think if you want to do like drawing the lines and primitives there, it's like the fonts are ugly, the primitives are ugly. In comparison to a Skia, it's easier to patch all these widgets in a Skia, to my understanding, and they're more beautiful. And some of them are
advanced routes.
Yeah, exactly. It's the knowledge exists how to patch a widget in a Skia. They did it in Elementor. I'm not saying that bring the whole Elementor in. So the suggestion is that if we could get a notification either to a Skia, however it's possible, either to a Skia or to a Stripe, or even like one general solution that it doesn't matter what we do up there, is a Skia or Stripe. My ultimate wish is that all of these things happen in a Stripe. Then in that case, you don't need to get another Skia widget now. The moment that you can get the context up there, the notification up there, it just doesn't matter where are you, either you're patching in Skia or in Stripe. That is the.
I can imagine like a roadmap at this point where the first easy thing is to fix the notification propagation. Once that is done, then we can, in this window where we want to do advanced widgets, there we can already split the drawing from the editing part. And the editing part is the editing framework. It's a very general way to operate on certain kind of objects that then we draw using Skia. Then in the future, when we have a backend in Stripe, that drawing part would be replaced by Stripe or
But if you have an editing framework in VL, then we can just use it.
That's my thing. That I would say the framework.
But if you realize that, I mean, do you have a plan? What is GUI and what is PIA?
Yeah, so that is the next part. That is the next part. That what is GUI, what is the PIA?
Because it will look very shitty. It will always look different. It will never have the same look. So I see one list and it's like,
No, but
you know, like this the font rendering here is a different font, even though it's the same font. It looks
I'm talking about complex widgets like graph, widgets, keyframes, wrapped up things.
that stuff you wanna do it with proper advanced tool. Then all the widget to tweak number type stuff, that's
Yeah.
But then they're two different, then they look different, because Ingui renders things differently, you know, it's like.
But I hope you're right.
Ingui doesn't render those things, that's the point. You can't really render nice curves.
No, it doesn't.
No,
But it is
that's
not,
not-
that's right, you know, it's like, when you have, you know, like, even the border of your widget. If this is like, if you have a, I don't know, if you have a scroll bar, and this scroll bar is Ingui a scroll bar. And if you have like a line that's just right, they are different, they're just.
We don't need to do a scroll bar in Skia, we will use Ingui.
Yeah, but I mean, the way that it looks like in Ingui is different than anything else that they do in Stride, and the difference is so visible, because the Stride look useful here.
What I'm saying, in Ingui, there's no envelope editor, right? So where's the difference? I mean, envelope editor is done in Skia with a nice technology to draw a nice line, that's it. The rest, what's surrounding that is text in button, that comes with Ingui, it's fine. There are two, I don't know, I don't see the problem. I'm not saying that we need to put buttons and sliders in our, made in Elementa inside a UI where there's button sliders made in Ingui. That they should do completely different things. We use this wrapping thing, injecting another technology just to do certain things which are advanced graphically, and they are not easily achievable using Ingui.
Okay, that sounds better. For me, it sounded before like you have
No,
I have an object editor, and then I have normal Ingui widgets, and then bam, suddenly
no.
Elementor widgets, Ingui.
No, I was thinking,
You're not right. They're very advanced, everything is different.
Yeah,
advanced graphic things.
yeah, the only thing that I'm not sure is about the text, because I didn't see an option that you can, how do you render a text in Ingui from somewhere else? Because it's advanced.
It's perfect in Ingui, no? The text editor is different.
No, the font itself, like the way that you see the graphic of it.
Well, let's use that, no?
Yeah, sure.
Why would you use where? Would you use on a keyframe? You need to write a text.
Yeah. And it's just, they just look different. I mean, I don't know, just looks, you should say yourself.
Yeah, shit, come on.
But I mean, it's like, okay, fine.
But I mean, I think we should focus on functionality.
Yeah, simply get the best out of the technology that we have now to create a nice prototype that we can interact, we can just start using.
Yeah, sure, that's not, I totally, yeah.
Functionality, guys. I mean, we are using, I think we are trying to use several things because we don't have that in Google, but it's about functionality, no? No, it's not about look. I think.
Yeah, I'm just saying that we should not really rely on, because many things will change afterwards. So it's like, we don't want to do another elemental, let's go back and check.
Let's get the best.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my motto.
Okay.
And I wanted to finish just with a list of modules that we need, and also rethinking the whole, for example, in the case of the timeliner, rethinking a bit the panels, the modularization, and certain things.
Like UI design.
UI design based on the new features we have in Ingui, like I don't know.
You can think about like having a real tool in Ingui
Yeah.
where you can how's it called?
Compose.
Docking, no?
Yeah,
So
docking.
you can have
Yeah.
multiple.
Not
viewers
just
online, tabbing, all this.
having and not just copying the old modules from Elementa and putting in the new context, but rethinking a bit how is the best way. I think is obviously, but I just wanted to put it here. And also building, I don't know, transport bar, like the typical things, how to deal with a 1D camera in the timeliner context. I don't know, these kind of things.
That, for example, how do you?
I don't know.
know
We need to do that in Stride or I mean, in this particular case, I will go for Stride, for example.
Yeah, but now we are so.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's why we went Stride.
Yeah,
So.
because if you are dealing with
But that's the power.
1,000
If you
keyframes.
track What is a camera? It doesn't matter where you use it in a stride render or a skill. A camera is a camera, and the way we operate and we imagine
the work is something else. That's for me is the editing framework. Somehow. And what gets out of that, then you can use it in many different contexts. Today is Kia, the only option. Tomorrow will be Stripe. But the way you pull a camera, you distort the space. It's just a matrix.
Mhm.
No?
You distort not the space, but the position of elements that you dispose into the space. Because if you,
Well, no, the keyframe have their own position and this doesn't change when you move the camera, no?
but if you are zooming in and zooming out,
Still, you're not editing the model of the timeline, you just
no, you are just,
distorting the view.
yeah, but you have to do certain things. So you have to redraw kind of the thing.
But it's like when you deform the camera in Stripe, or the object gets deformed.
Yeah,
You're not changing the
but
object.
I just want to have a point, not a distorted point when I zoom in and zoom out.
I mean, but that's like the view, it's already like
Yeah,
an interpretation of the source. Yes.
whatever.
Yeah.
Call it 1D camera, call it
We
whatever.
can get editing framework, output a matrix, which deforms the space. And then we have a viewer that takes the input of the point, transform the position using the view, gets a new position, and there draw a point.
Which is very, very expensive. I mean,
The only way that's how you do it.
it's a kind of expensive operation. So deforming the space and drawing everything again. I mean,
No. I mean, points are just a list of 2D vectors.
uh-huh.
You have thousands of them, and transforming, that there's this node, for example, take a 2D position and a matrix, and you return the 2D position transformed by that matrix. No? If you think about it, okay, these are 2D position of my keyframes, I will get just new position out, and then I draw.
Yeah,
It becomes like a filter.
yeah,
But this is our details of how we, draw.
Mhm. So basically, a point editor. This is what we need.
Editing framework.
Editing
So-
framework again. Yeah.
No, not really. It's do we need a gizmo? If we don't need a gizmo,
So,
we can say
it
point.
would be cool to add a new topic, the editing framework.
Yeah.
To do that. You put it there.
It's actually, I would look at the editing framework.
No.
Okay, you mean a topic.
Before we need like specifications, canvas are more like tasks. If you, a
But
new
where?
mind map,
Huh?
a new mind map, the
Here?
little insect in the menu there.
In
You
this
see.
menu or in this menu?
That menu, left.
Left.
It's this, no, the insect looking, this way, down.
That one,
Mind map.
mind map,
Oh my God.
editing framework. Now we'll be able to get into there.
And this has to be pink, of course.
Yeah, brainstorm on specification for this list.
I'm not going to do that.
No. And it's something for you, yeah. And you have access to it, no? You have access to them here, right?
Yeah. Yeah, this is all, and I wrote down a kind of just a little thing about syncing protocols. This kind of what Lars said. Just wanted to make a point here, differentiate between musical clocks and frame-based ones. That was one of the missing things.
Yeah, we've done a year that
Yeah.
we don't really need an interface for clock, because if you imagine that we have a sampler node that takes composition just into sampling,
Mhm.
and what we need to do for it is like, imagine it's a reactive object, then expect a channel of float 64, because the inner principle is just that we are sampling a one space with a 64 position.
That could be part of that defined generalized clock definition.
Exactly, it would be just a panel of float 64. Then it's up to the clocks there
Yeah.
to have different clocks that works in different way, but then just in the end send notification like events over this channel, providing position, and when we receive an event, we sample the graph. So, and then the point is really just up to the clocks to build their own way.
Give me the
their
second,
time
give
and
me the cycle, give me the bar.
just then every second, and then just once a second, it will be sampled. I really love to think about this Kairos graphs as functions. So it's just about when you sample it, that's up to the clock and to, yeah.
Totally.
Since the guys are here, did you guys mention this question about stepping that we have earlier?
I did mention it to you, know, like,
Okay.
can we influence the main loop so that we control when it steps? And you were saying maybe.
The main
I
loop.
think I didn't get the requirements. If you didn't understand what you actually need.
If you have
What does the program do in the meantime? If you-
Nothing,
Nothing.
nothing. The LFO doesn't move at all.
You just like
Only
pause it,
updates
select,
when you
pause
tell
it,
it.
play.
Yeah.
step, like let's say step 5, if you have an external.
Non-real time. Recording, for example, I want to record every frame. And maybe it takes 2 seconds to save that in my disk drive.
When saved, you start a new frame.
Yeah,
You don't want to wait for any signal that tells you to start a new frame.
Yeah,
But yeah, there are applications when you want to sync to something, yeah.
And it will be much easier because all the modules are going to be locked to that. So all the animation modules, everything, the dampers, everything is going to be connected to this step. And it's not like- we are not
So
something
waiting for some signal or this is possible and then working with that time.
or setting that, every frame. It holds up one fraction of the main loop. I don't know how to explain that, but not something every second, but something.
Yeah, you get it. Some more control over the main loop.
Yeah.
Yes. But anyway, this was.
Do we need to write it down here with the main loop, more advanced controls for main loop or something like that?
How to automate F6 and basically this is one.
No, good.
Because
No,
the incremental mode was working in that fashion, but it's not. The incremental mode in email doesn't work in that.
Okay, the thing is that when you pause, the patch is much more than.
Yeah.
So you need it to run into another loop.
Yeah.
So it's getting.
Going what?
Nothing on it, you pause.
Not
The main loop. But it's
so-
not all your patch, obviously. so-
Yeah, you could have another application than just send events. Yeah.
Windows events like F6.
You could use the editor extension to basically drive the other one.
No,
That one still runs.
That's something.
Or you construct something like if you build a clock that every 1 second send an event and you construct and create, then this guy would push, ask for a new frame.
Yeah, you start your own background, right? But I'm just saying it will become weird. Yeah.
The whole behavior of the
The
application.
behavior will become very weird. If that's not running stable for some reason.
So.
That's
You also can just put everything into an async loop and configure the async loop. You know?
Yeah, you can't really, can you?
Everything,
No,
even the
it's
animation,
right. It's all threading.
Yeah, it was still running.
You will need to
Okay.
put this right game into the loop, and I think that's not possible because you set up the game on the entry point and it should set it. You would need an option to set it up on your own inside a async loop, which only runs on one thread with an SDA, blah, 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 department. And, time, yes. So boring. Very boring.
Yeah, so clocks are also about these portals from from track to next composition. Okay, so we need something like what Sune mentioned, also the distortion of the squeezed timelines or what's the idea how
flexible
time
time.
you solve this use case? flexible timeline.
But this can be doing other ways. If we are sampling a function, we just need to feed a slower time in the function.
The time.
Yeah, so.
No, but
We need to expand the time.
But that, I mean, I won't get the problematics there, it's just, that's a sampling model.
Yeah.
But when you have a compositor, this clip here has a sampling already in Kairos. The sampling model say, when you sample me or start from this position, so it's an offset, and with this speed, which is a multiplier of the domain that comes into this function. So it's just.
Other things.
But I don't understand if you wanna see the distortion.
Yeah.
So that basically you distort that, not distort, you slow down the time over a curve. And then you wanna see how your data basically gets expanded, or compressed. I think that's what you meant.
Yeah.
I mean, you have all this information in the model.
It's like, I want to maybe specify an offset to the current time and use that time to sample, or I want to start from the origin, like from zero of the upper timeline. Yeah, so there are different. I don't only have offset and scaling, but I also have different spaces, like the space that start at the current time and the space that start at zero. You know,
Yeah, but it's everything is in the clip here.
all I wanted to ask is it written down at this? Is there a card for it? Because it's clocked.
There's a patch for it. It's already done.
So there's no need for a card.
I mean, it would be nice to have a kind of nice visualization way to do it, to see.
Another task that I can have for me is to do like a graph of this with the model of a timeline, for example. So you see all the properties and all the model, like this is in Kairos is a sampling model where you describe this kind of stuff. Okay. Start from there, is it clamped? Is it float? Is it looped? You know, this kind of stuff. Now it's defined into this sampling model that we can revisit and didn't touch it,
And also this can be linear or it can be acute. The kind of how we use the time, how slow the time goes and set a moment.
The thing is that
I think what
in Kairos now you can literally pass function. So you can define whatever transformation function you want. By default, a clip comes with this default implementation that offsets the time that comes, so that the shape somehow already means that I'm starting from zero when I enter the shape. That's the default implementation. Then you can provide your custom one where you can do whatever you want, really. So
also
we can have a collection of them.
dynamic things.
We can have literally like a collection that you can pick.
Okay. We.
Just 1 second.
Well, we haven't finished. Did we go over everything? Like, did we check everyone's? No, it's already.
Pretty much, no?
Okay. Which ones did not happen?
I was the laziest one, I guess, here.
Yeah, this is still working on that.
Because no, I was like busy with people. So I just started to add some cards and to the node set department here. Alchemics, nothing's perfect.
So we can need another 10 minutes.
Take a break.
Take a break. And also it will be nice for Nathan to think about it. Or do you want emotional support?
Yeah. No, don't worry. Take a break.
No, it's
That's the totally another story. But it's- Yeah. So. Point is already first. That's already in. That looks like this. The only question I have. Only question I have that here. Do you get that from like you get the mouse and keyboard values? So I could define keyboard here. Right? Sorry, I can define keyboard constant and here because I have it already. And then the keyboard here, so it's once passing it through from down here, or making like an entity out of the cell. And can I come to that? This one. Which one do you have? None.
None, yeah, exactly.
Let's go first. And you know, it's like you do cones and put things together, but when they're coming down, coming from down, like, okay, I should group them and then going up. Or,
Yeah.
or am I doing it wrong? That's just.
Something.
No windows open here. I don't know, the only one.
Yeah, whatever I'm saying. When I open this.
It smells like a macho.
That's like on the road.
No. 7%. Yeah.
So,
Easier. I'm ready very much.
is here or is
Bizarre. I would say. This here is
Okay, good question. What would you prefer? So say we have. Say we have two processes. And both of them, they want to get this into the. They want to get the equals are the same in the. I don't want to know the line down, don't know the bounds of the render, in this case, the signature. So basically, we just get them in downstream, put them up, right? That way. So in that case, this is the first, inside this process, there's another thing that also needs to get that information. Would you pass it? Yeah, so would you do it that way, that you have an entity to the first process? Pass it on, making the maps and keyboard, or whatever is needed for this process. And then you make a group, you let the other one also get the same information, having its own mouse and keyboard, or
so you're daisy chaining upstream.
Yeah. or you make one mouse and keyboard in the first one, and then you feed all the sub processes.
And also you avoid to have thousand people not.
Yes, but then what if that you want to use this point editor or control somewhere else, not only in this process?
Maybe you can make it in the wrapper. And this is the point, editor control. Whatever kernel.
Yeah. And then you have to use the control of Kairos.
Yeah, then that's the mouse and keyboard. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say.
The kernel ones never have the mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, that makes sense. And then, that is a 3D, so the 2D version is hungry. then it should just be another wrapper for two.
Y luego, tengan adentro.
I mean, they really, no, because the editing framework is 2D anyway. Rectangle and mark this.
Mis favoritos de un amigo.
Only because of the notification.
La chica le está así como tirando línea, le hace un cañito o algo, tipo, inmediatamente le dice, a ver, despiértame la chinea.
No,
Chinea es como, despiértame la chinea, cuando alguien despierta al bebé, cuando tiene que dormir, sí, despiértame la chinea.
Basically, mine's baby. What is the device? It's something like
The standard.
Yeah.
Speed.
Those are the standards. Those are his.
Was a video.
The video is finished. I think it's the big side.
No feedback.
I mean, I can go over for hours. So I can just. I can just show you what I was adding to the list. Just for your curiosity. So I was, thinking of the node set, the different libraries. Alchemix. All discussions regarding the sampler, the interpolator.
Are we recording?
I think we should.
Yeah, no. It is. I think
What?
There's this, cloud icon. Yeah, it's recording. There's this cloud icon with the.
Is it recording?
Your screen is sharing in the cloud says.
Yeah, this way. it's
Okay.
Sorry for the interruption.
Currently, there's a in the interpolate node, this guy expects like a model for the interpolation of the value and a model for the interpolation of the spread count. This somehow is maybe could be a constraint in certain cases. So maybe it would be better to replace with the interpolation model, which by default probably in most of the cases is like just there are details, but because some weird interpolation techniques might intertwine these two aspects. So
Yeah, you just want to have one pin.
one pin,
Yeah.
that's it. So interpolate, maybe implement other interpolation core nodes that so far we always deal with interpolation between two elements or blending between two elements, composing two elements. But maybe we could introduce at that level certain ways to interpolate between a set of elements, which is like a weighted sum, basically, like sort of like average of.
Which yeah, something that we could already provide at that level, no? Because it's a feature that deals just with, it's about numbers, no? So should maybe be there. Layer X, some basic functionalities still needs to be implemented, and I'm talking about these, right? Which are the building blocks of high level tools. Currently, we have interpolator 1D and compositor 1D and compositor 2D. So it would be the case of having a switcher, automator for having this automata UI, like state machine, and then eventually this one, which again could use some Alchemix 3-pole interpolation under the hood. So we need to implement those layers. Need to review the nodes to deal with the alpha and the background functions from utility nodes, like to make sure that it's easier at the patch level or to deal with those functions.
Yeah, the namings maybe that we had also background function. What are you talking about?
So provide
background provider. Module as a function. Everything is a function, you know.
functionally is this delegation.
What does the function do? It provides a background, and maybe providers then also a little bit technical
Because
for end user. So
function stays for this advanced and optimized way to build, construct this nested delegation system to optimize. No? That's why it's function. It doesn't communicate. Yeah.
So potentially, yeah. Some very basic operators for the layer, like stack and switch. And by stack, I mean something that doesn't need any shape. So for unshaped layers, which means that it's simply, it just compose together layers, simply compose together. Switch is the same, no? Because those tools like interpolator 1D, they introduce this concept of, okay, I am a certain space in which there are objects and those are shapes that I can deal with. So it's a shaped, it's like a physical way to deal with shapes. Or maybe I just want to take that layer and that layer, blend them together. No? And so these operators are missing currently.
I thought you could do that already.
You can do it, but there's no node set for that.
Okay.
Review and sort utility nodes for layer, like those layer region. What does it mean? Like, okay, check. Do they implement composition properly? Do we want different versions depending on what we want to do with the different aspects that the layer brings in? Layer lifetime. This is the
layer is a function itself, yes, and we don't have any information about who is sampling when. So just I'm confronting myself with the experience that I had with Kairos in the past. I developed it for Chanel and Bundebilder for their project, and one main thing that they were facing is that, yes, layer and the layer graph is a pure function, but quite often we deal with stateful processes up there, not that we want to call. And sometimes we want to be able to have more information on who is when is sampling that thing. Maybe I want to reset something there. when I enter into the shape, into the layer. So when I call this this layer, I want to signal it potentially, no? So now the discussion is this something that is part of the layer itself? This feature that is not just a space and that describe also the way we access it and the way we put in relationship with something else, but it also is as a feature, the space can be aware of who is accessing it somehow. Now, do we want to add some information about this, the act of accessing this layer or not as part of it? Or we define another interface that potentially objects implement that brings in these other aspects. You know what I mean, no? Because for example, had this massive project in the museum where the loading, having crazy big patches, which were layers, basically. And in there, they had video players loading a massive amount of data, playing back. And so they had to kill, like dispose the videos, or for them, I implemented also like a preload phase in the clip. So you can say, okay, warm up 10 seconds before you actually are needed, no? So they will turn on these patches, and with that signal, they will start loading the content before the actual sampling will start, no? Or like loading very heavy assets, for example. No? So for that, I had to like insert this weird thing of the prepare. It was so convoluted. It was a workaround basically. So now I'm thinking how to tackle it properly. And so the basic thing will be also the basic things that up there I need to know somehow. I need to inform up there when things is needed or not. But anyway, up to discussion and yes. And this does it need to be at the layer level, or is more like something that happens at the higher level? So yeah, just to, again, does it happen in the blue part or in the yellow part? And it's just the yellow part that talks to other yellow parts that contain blue parts. So everything passed through the yellow layer, or it's already deeper into the blue layer. That's clear, no? But
it was a very special data type as well, right? The type of the track was what? Custom data type.
Yeah, it was a custom data type.
Yeah, and I'm just asking myself if
yeah, but still that's
really done and with this custom data type.
Yeah, but that's a feature of the interpolator, no? He's the guy that knows where clips are and where, you know, I need you.
Yeah.
So at that level, so this needs to be controlled. Yeah, so then we have bind X / parameter X, which we still need to define specifications of registry. So what is it? What does it contain? There is a this dictionary from string to channel, from parameter to channel, from string to parameter, and parameter is author clients attributes, and then channel, or you know, defining okay what we need there. Do we have obviously if this becomes like the framework in which we will just share data and send and bind things together, we need to make sure that this basic string type is enough and is good enough to bring all the information that we need, not to describe, okay, we want this and who is doing what through this channel. It's important to encapsulate this information in a proper way. So we need to define the channel. Then these other concept of the servers, the actors, are these completely separate things that we could have even like another registry for those, and they don't really need to be associated in any way, or we just keep them together as part of the same entity there, because we envision that maybe potentially they could be correlated, or they could, I don't know, just to figure out these two aspects of the registry. Implement non-generic interface for channel type, so new, and then potentially, yeah, implement OSC server, MIDI server as first test, which is very simple somehow. We already passed it, I would say. The only thing that we need is yeah, a little model description where we can, with a record, like an entry, like OSC entry is nothing more than OSC is a data type with OSC address and port. No, just to say that it's a little tool where we can add entries. There are functionality to add and remove entries. That's a very basic, simple tool that could already be used through the channel mechanism to the.
And also an audio server, for example, for audio analysis, this kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, the principle is the same. So, and the key point is that these servers implement iServer or iAgent.
What is a server or iAgent?
It
Doesn't have.
Nothing. It's more like they register themselves somewhere where they are accessible.
Maybe they have a update with no in and outputs. It's just I can call them.
Yeah.
From somewhere, so that I have a list of servers that I can update every frame, or do they do their thing on their own because they have their own little.
They just work on reactive.
Maybe. But maybe they want to do something every frame. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, then I was thinking to the timeline. Because it's the concrete node that I made, but this transfer exactly to all the other compositions. There's not much really specific to the timeline here. Serialization currently, yeah, it's broken into show alias. You can't serialize. I mean, I can write to a pin. It writes something to the pin, but is a null. Something, I don't know. Doesn't work. And if you just serialize, take the model and serialize it, it blinks for exception for some reason. Maybe it's the GUID that
Doesn't matter.
doesn't, I don't know. Review sampling model from old Kairos. Yeah, this sampling model that we're talking about, just reviewing it. iBounce provider. This is connected to the prepare thing that I had to implement in the old. And I was thinking, right, definitely I don't want to introduce this kind of stuff at the layer X level. I would do it at the Kairos level, where like the composition obviously has a model, and the composition itself can provide bounds, saying all my tracks have these items and I can understand from where it starts the timeline and where it ends. And this is a relevant information for someone downstream that wants to sample, no? The timeline. This was a requirement for Chanel Mogili, that they wanted to have the compositor level. I create a clip and I connect a timeline, and this clip auto size matching with the length of the timeline there, no? First clip and last clip, and just always takes the dimension from up there. Or maybe, yeah, up there in the composition, I don't start from zero, I start a bit somewhere else, and I want to auto snap to the first item and the last item. So it's a sort of information, these bounds that can be used for the sampling model somehow. No, it's related to the topic. So So this I-bounds provider can something that can a track can implement. Okay, these are my items and these are my bounds. And so the timeline outside can check what are the bounds, and then okay, then the outmost bounds are the mean and the max of all these inner bounds, bounding box really. So yeah. Note set to add controllers from the yes, another feature that I had to implement for them was that we don't want to place manually some clips, but let's say that we want to read a file that we export. This was the use case. They were adjusting clips in Premiere, they were exporting, and they wanted just to, from the file, insert those clips in the timeline. But those clips were connected to some patches. To each one of that clip was connected to a timeline as a source. So I had to provide a node that was taking each one of these entries and inserting a control clip in the timeline, but also not only that, I didn't want to, because each control clip that you put there maybe creates a pin on the timeline where I can connect a composition. But then every entry that gets added there is just another pin that you need to connect to. And I didn't want that. They wanted to have like a spread of clip model to source. So this node was inserting in the model and also providing the source for that composition. So just to say that it's a way to extend the functionality of the composition outside the composition, where you provide, you can edit the model and also add the sources for the machinery to operate without relying on the graph that you build in the patch by patching, by creating links. That was the feature. I think it's still useful because makes you thinking too, okay, can't be that restrictive that these sources are just coming through the pins.
It was a little bit hard to follow, but in general, I would say these plugins are super powerful. Controllers are super powerful. I understand it like that you have an input pin at a timeline where you all your controllers, and these act like
no, you don't have an input pin where you pass the controllers. The controllers are already inside.
I would like to, maybe.
Yeah, but that's that's the thing.
If I would have that, I could patch different controllers,
That's the
connect
point.
them together and connect them to my timeline, and they would cover the other issue that you had with review sampling model or something, where it was about checking if a clip in 10 seconds will be hit. That's a plugin or a controller that can do that and can check the current time, can check a certain track because it's a custom thing that I patched myself. I know which track to look at. I have a look if in 10 seconds a clip will be hit. If yes, then I can communicate with that entity. I have the type. It's a custom thing. I call start or warm up or whatever, and I can do this in my custom controller, and I just want to attach it to the timeline, and then we don't have to think of all the different use cases, because the end user can do that. There's a help patch that shows that exact application, but if you have a little of API, I mean, if you can call stuff like get current time of the timeline, and
That's the thing. There's no current time.
get clip at time T, then
then you can do this yourself.
This, in fact, is, I wrote it here. Control clip is a controller. And right now, it's part of the, there's, otherwise, every time you want to connect a timeline, you would need to put a node in there. Every clip, control clip, composition clip will be a node in the patch. We don't want that, no?
Wait a second. In the old Kairos, there were control clips. I thought you changed that
To eye controller,
to eye controllers, so these are no clips anymore. These are just
controllers.
controllers that live forever. They're not.
Yeah,
they
some
have a-
are, the editor will create this control, like composition clips, which are controller, and they live inside the timeline. But as you were saying, as I also wrote there, it would be nice to be able to have controllers which have nodes that you plug into the timeline, no?
Yeah.
It gets added to the collection of controllers that operate on the timeline.
Yeah.
So just to have both, we want to have both, no?
Okay.
That's it. Track runtime. Yeah, there's an issue in the synchronization.
But wait a second. Why does it have to be a control? Like if I would have the state output of the timeline, I could just place that node outside and just it gets this process node, my controller node, gets updated each frame, and I've accepted the timeline. I can do whatever I want outside without the abstraction of or this notion of a controller. I can just do whatever.
Yeah, it wouldn't get updated together with the other controllers.
It updates by updating the patch. The node gets called.
Yeah, but
Once per frame, not via downstream sample, just once per frame it gets updated.
no, but also the one internally gets updated once per frame. But still, it would be something outside. Yeah, it could do it. It could do it. That would be one way to operate.
Yeah, it's a little bit unclear to me, the controllers. And you're saying sometimes I don't want to have the controllers in my patch. I somehow want to. The controllers are also inside the timeline, or
The composition clips. The only thing that you see here, these. Where the fuck is it? These. The compositor, no?
yeah,
Each one of these is a controller.
yeah.
And when I build here, I don't want to place nodes there.
No.
Okay. So these, by convenience, they are just stored inside into this dictionary in the model. So that when I reload, I just simply create those controllers there. But then, as you were saying, nothing. The controller itself is nothing more than accessing the composition and doing something and getting updated internally. So
Once per frame.
Once per frame. So I'm totally with you. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What I wrote there, that you could have the same composition clip in the patch, and it would still work because you can access the composition and operate on it. Track runtime. Yeah, need to fix something because it doesn't dispose tracks, clips, but little. Information of the graph. Yes, now when you have a timeline there and you insert it in a clip here, currently there is no information there about who is using you. In the old Kairos, since there was the need of propagating the clock upstream, that was the architecture from here. When there was a composition clip, when I was connecting a clip into this timeline, I was writing my clock into that timeline, so that I was using this. I was propagating the same clock, but that was driven by the necessity also of the UI somehow picking up the same time notion, okay, and applying the offset. Because if you think about it, when you nest timelines together, they wanted, for example, okay, and I can navigate through them, but still my time should be properly handled so I can understand. Let's say I have a timeline here with a clip, and in this clip I put another timeline. When my time reach the beginning of this clip of 5 seconds, I navigate there and I see time that is at 0, right? And if I drag and drop, if I drag around the time here, I'm also dragging the time here with an offset. You know, there was this thing that needs to be one time, keeping track of all the offsets.
The relative positions of each.
There was like it was like a hack thing there back then, but now I think that what's crucial is that there's a notion of the graph. So each part of the graph can traverse the graph somehow, and then it will be up to the UI to make to understand what's happening. Like, okay, there's a clock, but I need to traverse and get by myself the offset, because potentially they are multiple. So anyway, just to say that at the moment there is nothing in the timeline that says if someone is consuming me somewhere. But that's why I have this sources dictionary, which is like literally from string to object, and in there potentially, if a timeline is using this other one, could add itself as a source into the upper timeline, right? So potentially that dictionary is the place where we could store information also about the graph. Yeah. Then some utility nodes, this sample channel, this very basic utilities that we don't have. Binding, then I had this thought that I really like. Sampling the composition. I really love this idea of keeping the composition as a pure function, thinking to it as a pure function, which means that now the old Kairos is like convoluted. He has a clock, he has no, timeline should be like a function. And then I have plugins, so to say, you know? Like, for example, I can sample this timeline, and there could be like a node, which is composition sampler, that I attach to the timeline, and this guy may also get a clock, no? But this guy there check all the channels, and it could be a tool by itself, no? That show me all the channels that are there, and then for each of those channels, I can say by default they could already. I can also provide a data type to this object, and by default, if there's a match between the parameter there and one of the parameters of this data type, there's the binding to that one, for example. Or, but it would say, just want to sample that, and that, and this one I want to send it over OSC. I want to, yeah, you know. But just to say that this functionality of actively making use of this function is almost a tool by itself, no? And yeah, or I want to expose this channel, this value that I'm sampling via this channel, for example, just expose it for someone else to make use of it. But in the essence, it's just a sampler, okay, a composition sampler. And then what you do with those values is, again, there could be many options. Write it to a data type, or send it over or C or MIDI, or, you know, it's a, yeah, it's a tool to then do something with those eventually. No feedback.
No, but regarding state, yeah, if you have, let's say, you said this thing, whatever this new thing is, some kind
Composition
of
sampler.
composition sampler has its own time.
No,
Could have its own time, no?
by default could have a clock, yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
But in which context?
So
In the old timeline, I think that this is it. This is the composition sampler somehow.
yeah,
Right, in the sense that it has its own clock, maybe internally, but you can provide an external one. For
Yeah.
example.
But if you have a portal to like you connect composition to one of those clips, then there's a new clock potentially in that clip providing some shifted time or whatever to upstream and samples upstream with a different time. No, maybe this upstream timeline is also connected to some other composition sampler with its time. So in theory, there could be different samplers sampling your
Yes,
composition.
yes.
Yeah,
But that's why I wanna
that's
keep it-
the root of
And
the
also,
problem.
also,
Because now the question is what to do with state, yeah, with if you sample the timeline and there's some custom data type, maybe when sampling the state changes, is that something that we have to think about, or can we just pretend that it's always a pure function that we are talking about? I don't know, this if there's a video player, it's already sounds like, yeah, there's some state involved. I don't know. Is this something that we have to
I don't think it's going to
tackle?
care about,
Okay.
yeah. If obviously, if there are states, this guy needs to be a tree, this graph.
Mhm.
Because you don't want to sample multiple times something that is unique. In, like in Shenanigans Builder, for example, you have a scene there with a player involved. We are not talking about instantiating that patch multiple times. That patch exists as an instance itself, and we access it.
Or there was this other question. When you enable the output pins.
Let me tell you about like what this is why
It's sampled several
I
times.
thought about
You
that's why this output pins thing is what is it? Then I thought, okay, but then this sampler could have, okay, this channel send over receive, this channel just have an output pin for that, and suddenly you have an output pin
at the
from the sampler. On the sampler, yeah.
Not the
Because
timeline.
no, because that's really who is sampling, who is, timeline is somehow where you build the graph.
Okay.
This
that
is
makes
where
sense.
you can consume it.
That makes.
Then we could discuss it. Maybe since it's something that we do so often, we could just provide one as a controller inside the timeline, no?
But then
And automatically inject
it's the
output
same
pins.
issue, no? Feeding data into the patch and consuming it there. If we now see that this makes more sense at the sampler level, not in the timeline level, then the same should be true for sending stuff over network. I mean, then
But
also
that's the point.
this should happen.
Yeah, but that's the point. That's why, I mean, the sampler is just a function, like a call, sample T, and that could be reactive, right? Like we have a clock, just snap, just ask for sampling every second, and everything should happen every second, right? So the output could even be like a channel, again, the output pin. That just send, when something gets sampled, it sends the result as an event, for example. But still, I think it's crucial at this point to keep separate the notion of the graph and which is the function, and then how we consume the function.
And this is how I see easily sampler composition sample, which is the entry point most of the time, the entry point. And that could be the main guy also where we connect things to other, no? Like this could be an intelligent beast, then takes if we connect a data type, we can, he provides this via Kairos graph, so that up there I can right click, create new track. Let's pick a property from this data type, boom, and we have the track for that property, and it matches exactly. Or what we can come up with other ways to, but still this sampler is.
Maybe the sampler also has a UI, and let's
Yeah,
say.
yeah, this is what I'm thinking. This,
Okay.
This is a tool.
Let's see, maybe we see all the parameters, because
It's the mixer, so, no, it's
if
the
you
final.
think of it, you have nested compositions or compositions attached to each other. And here's a two track, here's a two track, here's a two track. Of course, you don't want to have controllers or intelligent clips that send foo 3 times over the network, because only the foo at the very end is very the final result is interesting.
Yeah, look.
So you have a sampler, and there you have a controller clip that is configured in a way that this one gets sent over OC, this other one gets via MIDI.
Not even a clip,
this
like, yeah.
doesn't get sent, it's an output.
Like this, no? You have a graph with timelines, each one contributing some channels. And then on the end, you have the list of all the channels, and instead, okay, this is a timeline itself, but imagine having, okay, this one I sent, there could be just a default behavior for all of them. Or you could say, no, but you could add routings, bindings. This channel, I also want to send it over OSC, or, you know, just it's a routing machine, like a binding table. I don't know how to call it.
You're just sampling that once and send it to different outputs at the end.
Yeah, I mean, it's
This is
from there you can go everywhere. But the important thing is that this is the place where we sample this graph, and we get something out concrete. Then, okay, we enter into this other domain of, okay, what do we do with that? We connect it to that one through the channel, or we send it over OSC via MIDI, and, you know. But this is the entry point where we sample this graph, and we get something concrete that we can deal with. So yeah, it would be like another tool with a UI, I would imagine. And then we could have, sometimes you just, if we imagine it as a controller, again, because it's a controller, if you think about it, it has access to the composition. So you could have, let's say, preset, like a timeline that has a model of this guy stored. So by default in the UI, you also will have this table, right? Where you store, okay, the tracks of this timeline also are, I also described where to send them, and okay. And also need to, this controller expect a clock maybe. So you can compose at that point, no? This composition can include also controllers in their model. So you could have like a preset, so to say, preset of tool nested together to build like more complex machineries that you often use, instead of putting in the patch a timeline, then like a sampler here connecting. You could have like, you know, preset of this. Still, it's a controller in my mind.
It might be a little bit more work to put 2 nodes and connect it, but it's
not
more clear.
A controller has access to the composition and can register pins, which means such a controller would introduce himself and ask a pin with channel 64, like clock, basically, named clock, and you would have a pin in the timeline, clock, where you can connect a clock. And that would control this would drive this controller, which is a sampler, that also can insert output pins into the same node of the timeline, because the timeline has this server where you can ask for input pins and output pins. So you can already use this functionality directly inside the timeline.
Yeah. Sure, but conceptually, I always had troubles with output pins at the timeline, and still a state output of the timeline, so that you can use the timeline again in a nested fashion.
But that's
Suddenly the output pins don't make sense anymore, because you don't know, are they related to this clock or the downstream clock, or what is this? And focusing on the leaves, the downstream samplers, only having output pins there, only having network communication there, at least in my head, it solves the issue.
They are
no,
but you can use data. You can have partial outputs while you traverse. There is a different topic. This is really like having independent entry points. So these are samplers. So if you have a nested graph and you put a sampler here, he will independently sample this part of the graph, not consider what's below.
I know.
What you are talking about, you could have another controller. That what does it do? Here, wait. When someone calls this timeline, calls this track, and this track has an interpolator, right? And this interpolator gets sampled and produce a value. If you inject a channel there, every time this object gets sampled and produce a value, it could send independently over a channel something. Or could say, okay, I'm getting sampled and produce this value. I also provided downstream where got asked for, but I also provide it locally to maybe an output pin when I get sampled. But this is something that really need to be nested at the core in where the value get produced.
Yeah.
At the function call.
Yeah, again, I'm not sure, because if all the timelines share a certain parameter with a certain name, I really don't want to have the first timeline pushed into the food channel.
But that's
it should really happen only when.
No. Those are like at that point you are introducing other channel, like timeline 1 channel food. That's a completely separate channel from timeline 2 parameter food.
Okay.
Obviously. Or you have an output pin, which is something specific, it's just an output pin of that timeline, and it's intuitively you say, okay, if I connect there, I get the value that is getting produced there. No.
By which sample call? There may be in theory.
Yes,
there are
of course.
several samplers connected to it.
The last win. But
yeah.
But then you see, it's impossible to solve all the problematics because they are different problematics.
It got solved by you introducing the sampler.
Yes.
And only this one having the output pins, and only this one really communicating with the rest of the system.
Yeah, but
this idea, it got solved for me, and now you start blurring it again and saying,
No.
the time you could have output pins up there. But we don't have to.
The sampler, you can have partial results. This is what I'm saying.
And we can have several samplers depending on the position in the graph.
Yeah, but
you can have it at the end, at the very end, and you can reach everything, or you can decide at every moment, okay, I want a sampler here.
Yeah, but they are two different calls.
Yeah.
And there are two things. They produce two things because they are really calling two different graphs.
Totally.
But what I'm saying, when you call this graph, you can have partial results. And the way you can do it, you can access the partial results is through reading from where these results partial results get produced, which are this layer level here. So there's that possibility also, which is, I think is interesting.
But the ideal and the default way would be just to have a sampler at the end of the
That's the
video.
common scenario, yes.
And
I would
this
think
is the
so.
less problematic one. This is what you totally agree, no?
Yeah, I think that this is
But
the,
you know that Nathan wants to have everything.
and
Why
and
not
just,
to have a sampler in the middle of everyone, doing other stuff?
they do different things.
Yeah, totally.
These
I
are like
agree.
sampling calls, and these are retrieving intermediate states of those calls. Completely separate topics, I would say.
Mhm.
And wait, just something learning. Yes, also utility nodes to call, like, imagine that from, well, to connect to the same data sources, same layers. So utility nodes to extract the layers from upper compositions. It's fine. It's part of it. Sample composition, whatever. Editing operations. Yeah, providing utility operations so that I build the timeline, that the matrix model, and I know that in this specific context, you can do that and you can do that, and this is the way to translate between I don't know, different modes, whatever. So something specific. I build a machine and I know how to operate, you know. So offering tools that then editors can just use it, no? Simply just
Depending on the context you are.
yeah, model validator, for example, model conversions also. I mean, a validator could be just maybe even like a controller again, that listen to the model stream, and every time someone changes, he go through and check, okay, is this a valid track? Which means, let's say that someone dropped their 2 clips overlapping. What should I do? Maybe I take the first one and I cut it so they don't overlap. It's cleaner, huh? This is a way. Or someone just dropped something in there, not thinking that this is a spread and the order is important. So I need to sort those items depending on their time position, because the interpolator doesn't just take them in order and binary search to them. So they need to be sorted. So the sorting could be and just done centralized through a validation process of the model. No?
That would happen during the editing process, not at the end. Or
ideally, yes.
not
Ideally,
in
yes.
the runtime.
But we could, and that was the case in the old Kairos. There was one of the method of the model was validate, and then it's up to you in there to what does it mean to validate that we have a valid model. That needs to respect certain rules, and so that whenever you change, then at the end validate it, like so that you're sure that you are sending something meaningful.
I mean, I can imagine if you add this kind of concept of controllers that change the duration of the timeline in runtime, you have to validate some certain things in the runtime, because maybe the clips are not anymore in the.
In that case, these controllers could also call this validation when we change the model.
But I cannot imagine other scenario that you have to do that during runtime. So validate.
Yeah. It's just a call, no? That take a model and make sure that, or eventually change something. So, yeah, many topics, but
Model conversions.
what?
The last ticket in the model 3.
Model conversion.
This is conversions between
Between, for example, you have a matrix,
and
and
timeline.
a timeline, you take a clip from there, you want to put it in there.
Yeah.
The editor needs to be clever and say, okay, you mean that you want to have the value that is in there, taken from that shape, which is specific to the context, and insert it into another shape, which is maybe a clip, a timeline clip here. So just create a new shape and just point it to the same value. Yeah, copy over the. But then it needs to be described in the context there, because here in the timeline, we define these types, which are constant value clip, constant, so we need there, we know, okay, how I create there I know what is this object. So, okay, I not only describe this object, I also can tell you how to create one of these from that type or that type, this translation. Which could be even like a factory. This is what I mean. You register services that given that type, they give me this type, right? So that the editor just asks for a service that converts from a clip to a block, a slot, and then you register that, no? And they just pick these converters.
Services in factory. There are many things that I don't even grab, but every time it's getting more clear.
Yeah, I mean, it's vast. There's
Yeah,
so many
totally.
aspects, so many layers, no?
And also
And
this
you-
part of the delegating many functions to the controllers, for example. So I understand that in an abstract way, but this is still out of my way of thinking. Many things. But I mean, maybe from the architectural point of view, it makes sense to do that in that way. So delegating functions to the controllers and doing in this way.
Look, timeline, for example, I have one controller implemented at the moment, which is composition keyframe, it's composition clip, the old composition clip, no? That you can place in there, and there you can connect another composition, another timeline. So what needs to happen there? Here, basically, I simply, through this mechanism, through the functionality of this controller, I access one of the input pins where I get the thing, then I get the model out of that so that I can synchronize. Did you add a track there? Okay, let me check immediately here. Do I have the same track? No, okay, I need to add another track here and insert a proxy clip in here so that I can sample from here that channel that you created there. No? And everything happens into this controller and simply has access to the local composition. And then also when it gets created, he basically asks for a pin where I can connect an upstream composition. That's it. And then everything happens internally. It creates, synchronizes to the upstream composition, and then synchronize the proxy clip depending on his clip information, like where I place it, in time, and how big is it. It takes that model of its shape and write it into all the proxy clips. The proxies are just clips that instead of taking the values from a pin or whatever, they ask to their creators, okay, give me the source of that I should sample, right? It's like an indirection. And that's why we can have a composition clip, this controller, as a node somehow, no? Potentially. If we manage to insert it, but in a way, if we go here, core, if you see controller, the interface is nothingness. It has a model and access to the composition. Model so that we can describe this model like a clip. And then it's up to really the runtime of this controller to access the composition and do whatever it wants. And through the composition, you have everything. You can access the input pins, everything. This is the entry point. Yeah. So it's a very flexible tool. And you can, that's why you can really think any sort of operator that deals with the composition, because this guy has access to the composition, so I can do whatever he wants with it. That's why you can even think that a sampler could be a controller somehow, because the way you would operate in the patch, you put a composition sampler there and you connect the composition. That so that you can sample inside. But this guy can be inside the timeline itself because he has access to the composition. And so internally you can sample it. So okay, so I guess we need to translate this to GitHub. Yeah.
It's kind of task.
And
then select the right people.
I guess we can go back, each one of us taking care of a portion of this, no?
I don't know if the task we wrote makes sense somehow. I mean, the UI ones.
I guess so. I mean, it's there are some that are specific, no? Like this one is okay. Let's make a slider X, Y into an Ingui UI. It's a concrete thing, no? And here already this is backlog use, so it's a concrete task, I would say. Like these other ones,
They are a bit more generic.
and a task could be just maybe developing further conceptually, intellectually topic. That's already a task. Like rethink the old UI idea using tab. Okay, it's a task. If you rethink means that okay, the task will be to express the rethinking. And so typing there, okay, we could approach in that way. You know, that's also a task. Thinking is a task. I spent the last 5 years basically thinking. So I would say, yeah, then you can split in, I don't know, probably you made this task, so you made these entries here, so you better can maybe understand how to translate them in real actions. I don't know. We can at least try. Editing framework is another topic by itself. Specification.
Many things I think are going to be overlapped with each other.
Running time.
I need to make a comment on that. 10 minutes, 10 minutes. What's that?
Is it like a bulletproof thing? What is it?
What?
You're no. It looks like.
I'll be back in 10 minutes.
No, actually, before going back to this, now ideally we should take all this and put it, bring it to GitHub.
Yeah, but I mean, we cannot all do it together, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to sit down and see somebody copy and paste things from here to there. It's a bit. It's not very. It's not a very efficient use of everyone's time to sit here and watch somebody talk.
The you that sketch those stuff, each one of us should take care of one portion. There's and add tasks. So let's go back to individual work to speed up this, so that we have all that there first that we discussed now. Most meaningful one now. Everything's there. We can assign like members and
Do the task and
Takers,
so blah, 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 blah.
okay. I think it's on top. How we do it there, you know?
What happened to that? What happened to UI?
It's not a problem anymore.
We're gonna have text space. It's all gonna be text space.
But let's wait for service to the. In the meantime, you can give us a demo.
Oh, it is.
Just joining the call.
In order to set up tasks, do we need to specify a member or something like that?
We will see.
Do you have 5 there?
Huh?
Do you have 5 there?
I do.
I can do it there, actually. Because I lost it. I was doing also, or should I maybe be, let me join your call because I can also show you the framework, because I'm also at the same time working on it.
Yeah, do it from there.
Could you put the data on here?
You should have already like Share.
Or in the chat.
Just,
For the middle directly.
no,
No, you don't want.
huh?
I mean, middle, if you're already here, we can copy that.
I do want to ask.
It's all, okay, whatever.
Could you put the link? And, yeah, exactly.
I'll just send it to you.
Yeah.
Or element or whatever. Fantastic.
Grande.
Grande. Fantastic. Fantastic. You don't say fantastic.
I need to open two doors. This one.
The meetups. Who was saying fantastic. And every time you say that, I look at screen. Crazy enough. I mean, crazy good.
Because if you want to patch, well, still with this stuff, you can build a framework where everything you can have your, I was thinking also like this animation tools, collection of animation tools like, yeah, you know, I think we quite a lot of more. Those could be modules that just string via channels that you can simply connect from the clips. No? And you can automatize things also. Okay, right click, want to have a new clip, which is an LFO. This creates an LFO automator, for example. That is connected via channel there. You can have a run like an exporter application, not relying on the patching. Because if we introduce this channel clip, then everything can happen through a runtime thing. No, you don't need to patch anything. Same for the
I mean, I'm not against of patching, but
Using proper.
there are other ways to do the things that are not even.
Okay, that is, which one do we see first, the frameworks or?
Are you sharing already?
No, not yet, share screen, you should let me. Hello to.
Us to start video.
No, I don't have a camera.
Okay.
And
then.
Sharing your.
Security.
You have to stop sharing.
Share screen.
We should.
You cannot share a screen while you are sharing a screen.
Stop share. Boom.
The thing.
It's fast.
Stop sharing. There is no sharing. I don't want to share my screen.
Yeah, that is beautiful. So, what do we see first?
I mean, you have only two things to show. No?
Yeah, one editing framework, the other one in GUI.
Let's start with the first one.
So no, actually, I want to show you guys three things. So I recommend you to do that as well yourself. You go to the node browser with the GUI, go to the latest preview, and then there in the patch that you see this example where there's a scale widget on the right side, there is demo window, right? Connect that demo window to the window down there, and then you will see. Well, actually, this guy. You will see a beautiful thing. You will see this thing here is basically a menu with all the. It's really funny that this is inside that one. Anyway, they are cleaning these things up. That's it. Their GitHub patch.
So you have a kind of camera out there.
They have everything. They have a lot of good stuff.
Or is it the camera happening in the scale level?
Give me 1 second. So, like for example, if you look at the configuration, there's this style there. And there already you will see that you can change the style of things, and then it already responds on what we are seeing, in this
Window rounding, wow.
Yeah, so it has all these things that we can tweak, and of course, all of those things, you can also get them in the patch, you know, like get, or like set a scroll bar size, and so on and so on. So there is one important thing that I guess at some point we're gonna tackle, is that we are going to make a style, like a module of a style, that with that, we could, basically join, or like having a uniform style for our SKI stuff or our elemental stuff and for whatever is in the InGUI.
Yeah.
Because the parameters are very obvious. It's just like set, you know, like in the end you have like, I don't know, set a style, and we can choose if it's an InGUI or if it's a elemental or it's a stride, like our custom widget that we are going to make in the stride, in a SKI or stride. And then basically we feed them with same values, same color, same, you know, whatever. Then in that case, I think that's essential. You should put in the to-do, because in that case, when we are using two different technologies like InGUI, X stride, X SKIA, X elemental, or whatever, their styles are consistent. That is the important one. Yeah, so that is one thing. If you look at those things, you will see that there are a lot of other stuff, the good stuff in there. The widgets is something that I think we just want to ignore. You know, they are really cool. They have a lot of stuff there. We could use some of them, but we don't have to keep all of those. You know, like for example, this one is the tooltip. It's the image tooltip. It's already implemented, so you can get the. Also, we have it in the in one of the help patches in Gamma. Many of them are not there, but we can always request them. So sliders, as you see, this is something that you were asking, Ari, right?
But I was more asking about multi-sliders. With one mouse stroke, you can modify many of them.
Yeah, no, that one is, I think, well, that is possible to do that. You can make preset for those. And then there is a way that you can merge. Basically, there is one channel that many sliders are listening to that channel. And then while you're controlling one of them, the other sliders consume from the channel of that sliders that you're controlling. You know, like for example, if you look at these ones, you know, I changed one of them, but the others also.
But this is possible to set in the value of the slider where you click. Okay, then it's possible to have that multi-slider.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can have the multi.
I mean, what happens if you do a stroke, one mouse stroke?
Yeah, I think it's not implemented in there, but you can implement it. That is my thinking. Because you know, like for example, now you see this one that it moves. It also there is a setting for this one. I think it's on the window that you can decide of the flags. We say no move. So then which one am I moving actually?
That's
Yeah. Anyways, but that is something for later. I think this demo window. Could I? Yeah. Okay. Let me get rid of that one. And then this. One that they okay, this is a 5. I cannot go behind this. Doesn't matter. But yeah, you can do that. I think this is possible. Then yeah, so this is this thing.
Drag and drop. Drag and drop.
Which one? Drag and drop, yes. So drag and drop standard widgets. So it's basically you can copy. Like this one, the color one, I drag and drop it up there, so that one gets the color. That is something I think we would like to have as well at some point, I guess.
And also copy the value from different fields.
Yeah, exactly.
For float from here.
Yeah, that could be anything. You know, like the good thing is that we keep those things. You know, I don't think that we should get rid of them. You know, we style them. We have like a general style that we make it similar to widgets. Yeah, these widgets are. We don't want to reinvent those. And the problem is here that I see is like it would be very easier if we combine those existing ones to some complex widgets. But I think it doesn't make sense. It's very easier to do it in a SKIA, sorry, to do it in a SKIA. I even think using Elementa, it makes things more complicated. And in Elementa, there are a lot of things that they're essential and beautiful that they are existing there, but we don't need them there.
We're not doing combine, yeah.
Yes.
Inside a region of those, you take, they are channels, no? Well, you can always combine them.
I think this is something you should look into. What I was saying is like you are ignoring a lot of things in Elementa that you know you don't need because you don't know what to do with them. when you're putting them in the InGUI, but then you have like a heavy elemental thing there, that half of them you don't use, but what you use is like the bare bone of a widget itself, you know? So basically, if you can get like the visuals of the widget, like how do you structure a widget very deep down, if you can copy those references or operations somewhere, then yes, that could be a merge of InGUI and Elementor. But I mean, that's something you guys should look into. It's not my expertise. I go to Elementor, I get lost. But the good thing I want to say is like filtering. What is filtering? You can filter text and so on. You have like different, you know, like for example, you can change you can filter the text. You have like a, for example, progress bar. And then you filter the text, it has like a key of P, and then it shows that in percentage, for example, or you can just time, or you can, you know, change the value to time. Yeah, tables and stuff. This is very cool.
Can you filter by tags? Something like that. Wow.
Yeah, well, model windows and pop-ups. You see, these are the.
Yeah.
You know, like you have tabs under the.
Yeah, that's everything.
Yeah, it's like I think it's super cool to just keep them. And one thing that is there any questions so far? So we should move on.
Let's move on.
Yeah. So that is the part.
It's incredible. We can explore the library.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I want to use this library.
For instance,
thousands of widgets.
Yeah.
Well done.
questions.
I mean, it doesn't mean that the Elementor is not well done, but
In Elementor, we had like when you have a rectangle widget and we had this like scalable component, whatever, you automatically get the bounds. You can make the scalable glitch, but how would we do that here?
We don't do it here, we do it in.
Those complex like keyframes, we do them as
You catch
custom
them.
widgets
in the Stride or whatever.
Yeah.
We were
for drawing and framework is logic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's everything like set up values. We use this widget.
Yeah.
This is everything, but not a timeliner, for example.
Yeah, okay, got it.
Yeah. That is yeah, like for example, this one is for the windows that we see already here. You see the menu will go away. No background, it makes it. And then what do you have? No move. If you mark it there, I cannot move this anymore, right? No title bar. I think these are, it's just a super convenient rule. And you have access to them also here, you know, like there's you get the, yeah, you get them as keys.
Okay.
So this is the important part that I think it could give us a lot of freedom, at least to make some workaround for the UI until we have a consistent way. So you have the mouse state. And then from the mouse state, you get those stuff there. So, well, how does that work? Let's see how we can patch it here. So, let me open another one as well at the same time, which is, I don't know, like.
You already patched this, no?
Huh? I did patch it, but I messed up with a few other things at the same time, and then I crashed my computer. So that is the problem. A sliding window media. Yeah, okay, that is actually good, for example. So
So you have transparent stuff.
yeah, of course, you can set alphas and you can do all of those things here.
Yeah, man.
So you see that you can get the window, like now we have two windows there. The windows can be also as regions, so you can patch a stuff in there. And then you can get the information from the window itself as well. Also, you can get them globally. Like for example, if I go down here all the way, and here I would say, I go to InGUI. Inside there is a queries and then immediate, and then here I would say size. Get window size, connecting it there, and then I receive the window size. I think that should be this one. That should be actually, sorry, that should be inside the window, of course.
Wow.
Getting it there.
What do you?
The context.
You see that this canvas gonna change it? You see it there?
Every window, this is.
He has the context input.
Yeah.
The context.
Okay.
Yeah, and then the same thing for this one, like let's say Ctrl D, I go back, I would say pose, getting the Windows position, you know, and like basically this is the thing that you need to make a mapping of the scale to the INGUI window. And then you couple it with, for example, same thing there, consider the same category. Go back, we get pose, get mouse position. And then from here on, it's just the map range from this range to this
What
range.
about the mountain, like, all the, when do you get this information? Notification based?
Mhm.
So when does this region update? When there are notifications?
Well, yes, so then you have this thing called immediate, there's a region called immediate, we are not in that one, we are in the retain. The retain is just constantly updating it, right? But then you make a region called immediate, you put all of those things inside the immediate, and then you also open this window.
What I understood, all these regions are immediate.
No, no, not necessarily. You put them in the immediate region. Or let's see.
But
Is it like
I
it
find
is
these
updating?
are
It's
all
there?
immediate.
Okay, let me see. Maybe I'm making a mistake here.
There are two approaches. Now, one is not immediate, which you have a node which is window, and then you plug nodes, now, like in the normal way. Then this immediate mode where you patch regions, basically.
Yeah, that is this one. Which
And I guess this.
So the thing is,
so and now for instance, it is updating.
so the color picker throws up a color, no? For example,
Yeah,
in which
this is like
in
a
which fashion, as an event, as a directly as a color, or
give me 1 second. I think that is also not a good example because then it does the both at the same time.
It's an event.
It gets the immediate
But
one
which
and
kind
then
of
converts it
event?
to the retain. Yeah.
obstacle event, or
We will get to this one, but since already we are here, so this one, for example, it shows that we can get execution order as well. So when you say that we come back to the retain mode, the size of the circle here gets updated only after when you change the size of the renderer of the window, right?
really?
So that is like this is this example here.
What? Nice.
So you know it will update that only if you interact with whatever is happening up there, which will be inside this is responsible for this window. This is a very bad example because it's just like changing from this one constantly, immediately putting it back to the reader. It doesn't make any sense. It just shows the execution order. Anyways, moving forward is the one that you mentioned, Nathan, that we can get the events if they are in the immediate region only when you enable them, or when you, for example, open this, like for example, this menu here. None of those are being
Evaluated.
yeah, evaluated unless I open this. When I open this tab here, then this tab and whatever is inside it gets evaluated. And that is the difference between immediate and none, you know?
Yeah, but this is one thing, and the other thing is how, for example, if I'm interacting with a slider.
You can get the information of the mouse and the keyboard or whatever from the slider as well.
No, I just want to get the value. In
Every
which
every
fashion
widget,
is the value.
every widget basically gets a channel input.
Yeah,
Okay.
or you have an
Or
output
when I say
similar.
as an output a channel.
Yeah,
So every interaction gets pushed through this channel. No? So you can get the event.
yeah, so you have like a menu item here. Let me find out which one is this one. Is it that one?
And you can get also the notifications of the mouse and the whole thing. This is a different thing. This is clear.
Yeah, so this one, for example, if you want to get the like if you are clicking there or you're doing anything, you can either get it from the output, like you get a bang or you get this value, or there is a channel as Nathan said that provides it for whatever you want to do upwards here. Like I think it's similar to Elementa, isn't it? You have an output that you have these values,
But they are.
also you have this channel.
But what is
No, that's the
first? What is
There's let me.
No, a menu item, I don't know, what is it?
take your time?
Let's make one. Yeah, you have this
So you
channel, yeah, you have one channel, then you have
Okay.
a node called channel that you can.
And
get
channel is a
there.
kind of events based.
Channel is a behavior subject. So it's
Yeah.
something that you can observe and you can push to. And also as that you can always just get the value out of it.
Mhm.
Yeah, whatever.
And also it's a notification kind of thing.
But where do you connect this
No
button?
notification.
I don't
it's
know.
observable, but you get, it gets updated only when you interact.
It's not observable.
It's an observable. Channel.
That's push events.
Yeah, cool.
And that's where we are going to look to create this binding architecture.
Perfect. So we,
So when you,
we have a button. In theory. In the
Let's
back.
see which one I was. Yeah, there it is, that's the button, right? And then when you interact, you get it there.
Oh, you get them real time. You know, like, I thought.
Yeah,
That was
maybe.
impossible. to get.
I mean, do you want to get it outside the patch?
You get, I think you get it through the channel, no?
that's the.
Yeah, but just bring the channel outside. Outside there,
Yeah.
and then just get the value. There is this value node,
Yeah,
the channel.
true. There's a
So
value.
basically, this channel is a portal that from inside. No.
First value, then channel.
Channel just
Goes to value.
from channel output pin, you go into the value. Yeah, but don't delete the first connection.
The channel output pin still goes to
Go to
the
the
widget.
button there.
Yeah,
So
okay.
in this way, you get the value out.
Oh, it's a data type.
What is unit?
Unit, just create an I box there. And then just press there, you probably see 0, 1 or something, I don't know. You
No, I don't.
can't show it, but.
Is there any, maybe I should use the other one?
No, put a slider in instead.
The other output is already a value.
It's already.
Well,
you
there
can
is a, okay, let's move on. There is a.
Put a slider instead of this button,
Here.
so we can.
Slider flow.
So you have two versions of all the widgets.
Immediate and retain.
So that is the
Connect
value.
the channel.
And then,
This is an already a kind of programming concept. Immediate and retain.
Channel.
No, because you connected, no. Connect the channel now.
yeah, and then this one goes to. value.
Yes, but also you can just read it from the channel there, probably.
It has already this second.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay,
Yeah, true. Yeah.
so this widget inside just push
And how do you get the notification out of the channel?
the channel.
No, but the notification, like the event, how do you get it?
It's observable.
Channel.
No,
Data type
Okay,
is
so
already
on
a
channel-
The channel,
channel
Yeah.
data type.
it's not a reference. It's observable.
Okay.
So basically, every time you can push to it. And that push trigger a notification, like an event.
So
So yeah, I just do whole
You can put,
latest.
you can
want
put
to know
all
when-
latest, you can do that for each region, reactive. push,
You can place a
reactive nodes.
channel.
Yeah.
You can place a whole latest after channel output and you get the value.
That's
Oh, yeah. Oh, very good.
Yeah, and then you can, basically, you can also get the mouse position, also in the,
If you double click a slider, can you type a value with the keyboard?
I think there is another one.
Okay.
There's a different, this one is the slider float. I think there should be another slider for doing that.
Okay.
And one thing I said that I don't know if you can put two or overlap them, remember, Ari? There is actually something for that, which is called set cursor. I don't know why. Set cursor position that goes afterwards.
You said the cursor of the widget.
Yeah.
Which is its position, okay.
Which I think that I should get from outside.
Hello?
And then we go there. And then this one. Yeah, it's up there.
Yeah, okay.
So you can overlap them.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, baby.
and then you can overlap them. So that way, I don't actually know then, I don't think you create them. Nothing, if you, I said, if you overlap them, you overlap two widgets. It's also, yeah, they made also one, so you can, like, we see that the button now is overlapped with the
Yeah,
slider.
because
So that's
it
slider
depends
and-
on how do you connect.
Just an
it.
important detail regarding the channel. So because in the observable, just an observable, okay, if we want to get the value, we hold latest, no? Right? But that means that the old latest just hold the latest event. Imagine the scenario in which we instantiate something that wants to listen to this, but that we instantiate it after pushing the value to observable. In that case, this old latest will miss this event, no? So we won't have any value in there. So the genius thing about the behavior subject, which channel is just a nice wrapper around, is that it's not only a channel through which events goes, but also has always the value. You can always access the current value. And that's why from the channel you can get the value, right? So instead of, I wouldn't use old latest.
No, I don't use it
No.
normally. I put everything in.
I
the
will
field
use
and-
value because no matter when I come in, I don't rely on events. I can always access the value directly, right? This is important.
I don't use whole latest normally with Elemental.
Button rendering. Let's see this one.
Behavior subject.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, so let's say this guy. So this is something that we couldn't get it to work. I don't know why it doesn't render like this one. Because it should be connected to after the text. Yeah. So this is the thing that we couldn't get it to work, right? So we expect when we hover on that to get the notification. That's how it works in the Skia, right? So like one way to do that would be, we just need to do a mapping here.
Ah, yeah, but you inject those where?
No, I mean,
To the position of the rectangle.
forget about it. We will
And
have the
then we will have
notification, so.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying that until that one is ready, if you really want to get them done. Until that one is ready, that's the way.
I think it's just really a detail, no?
Yeah.
So let's consider it done.
Yeah,
And at that point, yeah, we enter into Skia words.
yeah.
So that's it.
What else?
Okay.
Okay, that's this. Let me close this guy. Is there any question in GUI?
No, so far.
And then let's go. Root.
The question is why we
But it's going to-
NGUI.
One thing, like actually, when we do a low multiple, shouldn't it be that when you choose the other one, it only kills the one that is selected?
Yeah, but no, because it doesn't know the process ID.
Actually, you can kill even
Really
better.
clever, close,
from
even
the
better,
skill
yeah.
box.
It's called VVV.
Everything goes really.
Yeah.
You can
You make your own program and call it VVV.
Yeah. Which is
So we
also
can turn off the
interesting.
lights in my place.
You can keep the lights.
Kill the lights. I wanted to show you the last thing that is in the progress of. Is there, where did we put those guys? They are into the. Line project, ready stuff. Is the, come on. Okay.
Yeah, if you drag and drop a VL document on the load shares without limit.
That is true.
Interesting.
I always forget that. And I always see everybody else is doing it. I'm like,
Sometimes it's not convenient, but.
you can drag and drop.
The VL document, you drag it from the Explorer on the launcher and then it will start a new instance with all your settings and open that document.
So,
We made this thing, eh? Wow.
I don't know, this guy is.
that is what I was doing while you were talking. So then we just need to come up with this, what would be the better solution for that? I mean, actually, Sebastian told me what would be the best to do here. So we just get an entity for now. I mean, the structure will be the same for Skia as well. We just get an entity from there, or like, I don't know, however it's called, it's layer. We just get it there. And then we have a mouse and keyboard here, and perhaps we just make one, I don't know, like a pad that holds it. Also, it's going to share that with this guy, select, no, not select rectangle, but in the Bezier editor, yeah. And then I think when that one would be done, I can also reproduce this example patch for the Bezier and the editor, Bezier editor, then perhaps we can also use that one as a layer into the other stuff. But that one is like it's a rabbit hole, and there's the gizmo, and there is, I don't know how much I can copy paste, how much I should reproduce, but we'll see. It's just muscle work, it doesn't need that much brain.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the 2D.
Maybe the same. I think the 2D will be also the same, but only when, like, to get the source instead of entity, there's a class called layer, and that's get set up there. And mouse and keyboard will be the Skia mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, and you will need to
Cool.
have the mouse and keyboard on all the patches, which is.
Okay.
You need to make the keyword, I guess.
Yeah.
Then,
I'm really not a fan of this data going upwards.
Yeah, it's like
It feels heretic.
Yeah, then it allows you to target specifically one renderer, which you couldn't do in beta. Well, you could.
I get that it's useful, but it's,
yeah.
I mean, I don't know what I'm looking at anymore. You know,
Yeah,
so
you know, it's like
that is sometimes going that way, and sometimes going that way. Things are
Like
getting
water
connected
going up.
upstream and downstream. Weird.
I mean, what would be the best way to do that? I mean, maybe I was thinking just like putting all of those things out of these processes.
Yeah, and you get only notification.
Yeah, and then
When-
just,
from one
yeah,
source.
you know, like out here, you have like a, I don't know, like a, what is it, like scene window?
Like in Elementa, and Elementis,
Wait,
kind of like
Shall we jump to the next task?
Yeah.
Multi-threading, because it's a lot, so
Multi-
let's just,
threading.
yeah, each one of us sit down or
What do we do?
bring all the tasks into GitHub, assigning, yeah.
So let's have a little workshop, maybe. We do this on our own. Yeah, but first,
Because I'm not really
let's
too familiar with the.
just let's give some instructions. That's elemental. No, what am I doing here?
Remember this live stream service. If you're gonna show you that. For the
So,
side.
projects, right? Yep. No.
No, it doesn't show them here.
Wasn't it about it being in your, in the
Yeah, but still, why then it's.
But we are targeting the repo. Oh, I guess not.
No, but in the tasks, you tell them what repo they're about.
Yeah, but I
Oh,
did
we
that
did.
already.
Yeah, but you did that on an issue level. not on the board.
There were made more things here, no?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
It's a problem.
If you click, it was on my account. Now if you click plus button, no, there,
Whoa.
there, click. and-
You weren't editing this one.
No, I was, but it was with my settings, and it's not yours. I guess it's.
It might be false.
I felt.
But no.
If show up, the link in the other direction is.
Because we need to edit the same thing, otherwise it's.
Yeah.
So we need to have one thing that is the same probably the last time we're going to edit.
This is all right, it's just the visual,
That he did before.
yeah, it's just the visual representation that you change.
His representation.
It's, I mean, every one of us can just add the column.
Yeah,
I mean. if
No,
you
but it would
just
be
go
nice
back,
for the view to be.
When
for
you,
everyone.
when you press now, and type something, and once you assign, press plus on the upper, right, and when you, labels, and when you assign a label now, you have to convert it to an issue, and then it automatically, you press that,
what I don't understand is that him from his computer, this research lab project was added already many things that I don't see here now.
I think the views are per user, which is
Come on,
ridiculous.
but that
This
is,
is
that
ridiculous.
is true.
No, they are not per user. You just saw, I added those 3 and 4, I just added those 2
Can
minutes
you
ago.
check your account? Maybe-
Don't speak at the same time.
That's on your computer.
We are looking at the same thing, just what diverges is just that it's just the columns. Everything.
The views are also those things, right?
You mean with the views, you mean that we have those things on.
No, it's not subscribe, just release it.
I'm pretty sure that was.
No, because on my account they were already there.
Can you show our?
What, I don't know what.
Well, you know, it was a change.
How do I go?
Just go.
We will see. We should keep
I mean,
balance.
we can assume the same thing as.
He already had the like reposition labels.
Yeah, then it's just the columns, okay, but the rest is.
And then the columns, the views, no? The columns are the view, part of the view, which means that then the views are not.
Yeah, but okay, I perceive it as detail, because we see this, we see we say tail. But it's just the columns that every one of us can hide and add.
Yeah, which is,
Yeah, I see where this might be a problem.
so then we need to sit down and all together, make sure that we have the same like settings per. Two columns,
Yeah, that's what I meant. It's
Okay,
just-
no, but just to make sure, then to have the same.
We have to like once and share the video and we can reproduce that at home. This is the idea.
No, but the fact that we
We're
need to.
setting to.
Go to the repo page. That's even more stupid. The project you have to create at the organization level and then in the repo you add it.
Where?
This thing is fucking stupid. Now go to projects. And now there is the Kairos project.
Why is it there now?
Because I added it. Like you need to create it from another view and then go back to the repo and add it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean.
So wait, because now
Maybe more backwards.
I don't see the columns here again. So it is a new thing, a new view.
No, it's the master table. I name it.
Yeah,
that.
but. we
But
just
there are
created the repository thing.
there are a few columns missing.
Okay, now, if you go on your computer, do you see this?
It's going to be different.
I don't think
The
so.
Kairos project.
No, I just see the 3 first.
Yeah,
So this is stupid, okay, we are editing the same, how do you say?
But I think it's a good thing that everyone can have their own view, but because the data source is the same.
The database is shared, is the same, and the view are per user,
Yeah.
okay. So,
I mean,
It would be
like
good
in
to have both.
Notion, everyone has access to the same views, and then you can create a view for each
Yeah,
user.
yeah,
like what's
it'd be
assigned
cool to have
me,
both, you
this
know?
makes sense.
That would be way nicer.
And then I can see what's assigned in that and things. This.
for example, configuration fields group, I don't know, maybe this should be like shared or, I don't know.
Yeah, like in Notion, when you set up something, you can make it common for everybody or just for you.
and say.
Okay, let's go
Wait a
to,
second, when I do. Oh, shit.
like, for example, add some assignee to the second.
That will work.
I should see it here, right?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah, this the same data source.
Is this,
It's a single table. Refresh.
no,
No, don't refresh. Let's wait.
I saw something.
Oh no, I.
you created a view,
Oh fuck.
I created the view, sorry, I just deleted it.
but what I
Check. It should appear.
okay,
But when you create a view,
so this is this is really, I don't get, I mean. I see the view that someone else
Yeah,
created
because the view is.
what?
Could you refresh now? Like, go in the master table and refresh one time?
Now it's,
Okay, no.
it's gone.
Now it's
but What
No, but
is
there
the
are
use of
views
views if we don't have filters?
View is just columns or Kanban. That's it. And then the filters inside is up to you, but view is just when you create a view, click new view. There, you have only two choices.
But I cannot filter this view.
What do you mean?
Still,
When it's not this board thing,
Yeah.
it's Kanban. When it's a table, I have no filters.
Yes.
Where?
Click that.
this one.
Ah, this is the filter, okay.
When you change, when you click on the plus icon and add something to the view, oh, no, sorry, or in that view anyway, add a new column,
Yeah.
on the right side, yeah, like that. And then anything, it's labels, and then you go on the drop down besides view 4, and then press save changes
Leave it
at the
Save changes.
bottom left.
to new.
And want to see if I can now the change, because otherwise it wouldn't make any sense to
Share
the view.
the views, that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. So I just see that someone creates a new view that will be completely different then.
No,
And then
no.
we'll need to customize.
I get the labels in view 4, so you have to click save.
Yeah, that's.
Okay.
And also
So if we click save, we share also the views.
What say, what?
Save.
So you see that the blue dot means that I changed something or something changed, I guess.
Where does it say?
and in this little,
Click save
and
changes.
also it makes sense.
Here, you're here.
No. On the view 2. Now click save changes and it will change to forward.
I think you need to refresh.
Now view 2. It's
Yes,
important.
nice.
Kanban.
Okay, so now it makes sense,
Yeah.
right?
So when we save, it is for everyone then?
Yes.
That makes sense.
Master table, also, if
So-
you save it
Now
like.
it save it. And now it will be the same for, but I also have an unsaved version right now. on my-
Okay,
How do you discard?
It's
right
part
next
of
to-
our refresh.
it's Right next to, when you have.
Don't save it.
Discard changes, and now it falls back to this.
Okay,
No. I don't have the same. I have a reviewers column that you don't have.
Refresh. But that is,
Okay.
you have still this.
Yeah.
Do you have still?
Okay, so let's,
Oh, no.
guys,
Refresh the webpage.
Okay, well, that's super.
Yeah, milestone.
then
Yeah,
let's sit down all together here nicely on the couch and lay out things how we want to structure, right?
Yeah.
What kind of view we want to have?
Do we do
Right.
it each on our own? No, because we.
No.
Okay.
Let's define the structure that we want to work and let each one contribute to it.
Like 10 grams of attention.
Okay.
I want chocolate.
No.
Okay, and
5 kilojoules of energy.
you don't have chocolate anymore?
Oh, no.
This is task list,
Yeah,
everything.
Singular.
I
Yes.
guess we can say the filters as well, otherwise it wouldn't make sense, right? So this could be, for example, a table with filter
UI.
Can I filter by that?
I don't know how the filters work.
Was
Oh my God,
filter keyword or by field? Okay, but how do I
Wait,
filter by
wait,
field?
Not by label.
labels, wait. Filter by values.
Oh, nice. Okay.
UI.
Capital.
Oh. Okay. Then if we have labeled, say this one is UI. We don't have
Take it. They don't all show up.
UI. Boom. Okay, okay, so now if I save this,
Give it a name UI, no? What?
Yeah, name the tab view to UI.
Yeah, that works.
oh, yes.
It's still named view 2 for me.
Wait, I just did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, UI task.
I mean,
Okay,
they're all,
so we can prepare in this way, right?
What's not shown here is the
They're all tasks,
issues that
redundant
are present in the
tasks.
Kairos repository. I mean, there are old issues.
But we can convert
I get less tolerant.
these tasks, these things to. Yes.
I know those that.
I mean, that-
are shown up, but the other way around it doesn't.
I think it's fine.
Yeah, okay.
I think it's fine. So issues are issues, and then it's up to us to make them a task. There's a problem, then, okay, either it's a fake problem or something the user didn't understand, or if it's a real problem, okay, let's make a task for that someone needs to take, well,
Yeah, I see.
project, yeah, it's part of the.
I think, well, isn't the intention of this for it to work the other way around? Like you create a task, and if it has to do with a specific code change, then you convert it into an
Yes,
issue.
yes.
But you said it's going in the other
No, because
direction.
the issue is something that also the users edit, no?
Yeah.
Okay, let's report something, a bug,
Yeah.
that's an issue. But not necessarily it needs to be a task for us,
Every issue is a task.
not necessarily.
Yeah.
Someone say, oh, there's a bug, maybe it's
Yeah.
not a bug,
And
it's
then
something that he didn't understand, no? So we are the developers, we need to check the problematics that got reported, the issues, but the issue not necessarily is a real issue, or
No, but
doesn't
there is
reflect.
it is a task. It means that somebody has to do something about this. That is a task.
Yeah, maybe there's
Like a
nothing, to-
job, you know.
but nothing, maybe there's nothing to be done about that, no?
I won't say anything.
We can, from that point of view, if someone adds, if a user adds an issue. You can, when you press, can you press Control Space? Or just add a new item,
Here?
Yeah.
Control space.
and when you, press, what's.
Yeah, if there was an issue, you can just type the number, no?
What is it? What is this? Yes, and then you can select Kairos. And then you have access to the other things. So
That's
we
cool,
can-
so easily you can pick issues.
Yeah.
That's cool, and then probably the cool thing about this is that when you select it. And you probably, oh la la, okay, you really get access to the issue, which is open. When you close it, close this task, then you close also the issue. Probably. And if it's linked to a repository, no, what was it? No, nothing. That's something.
If you make a commit that fixes this and you say closest number of issue, it will probably change the status of the
Yes.
task.
You should merge the branch and master it for this issue. I know.
It depends on how you have it configured. If you fix it on a branch, it doesn't close it
Okay.
until you merge it. to
Exactly.
master.
So
Main.
basically, I guess we can have all the columns here, right?
Yeah, I mean, the PRs for now, we don't have.
Reviews, whatever. New field. Labels. It's fine, I mean, we can
Yeah.
customize, we can add, maybe, let's, regarding labels, let's,
Yeah, you can have a priority
Yeah.
attribute, that's important.
which is
I would say they usually have a list.
single
Yeah,
collected,
then,
right?
You can say, I mean,
If you want.
high, low,
Medium.
medium, normal, high and low.
Medium.
whatever.
Low.
Normal rather than medium priority.
Normal. High normal.
Low, normal, UI. Yeah, everything is going.
Okay.
I thought of a slogan for a UI library that says, there's no UI without you and I.
Ow.
What else?
What else could be? I mean, we have milestone already.
Due date,
That's
Yeah.
the milestone.
No,
No.
well,
The milestone has a due date.
yeah, but I might, a milestone is like a finishing ending point for a.
maybe it's too granular right now.
Okay, fair enough.
For us, not paid job, fuck it, I also need to report over the granular, fuck you. Just
No,
expect it by Christmas if you
I know
want, if
those
you are
should be
lucky.
inside.
Repository, this is not needed anymore, right?
When you create a task,
when you create, since it's already in Kairos, now probably they are already part of the repository,
I
no?
mean, try to create a fake new one and we delete it.
What is?
Because you were doing this issue thing, no?
This is now an issue draft, and I don't know how to convert this to issue.
But
When I say convert to issue, I need to select the Kairos.
Of course,
issue draft doesn't have a ribbon.
and a task alone.
And now, yeah, we don't need to, we don't need to.
Because now we're creating
Because, yeah, when you create one, on the left.
Okay.
There is. It's a little bit.
hard field then.
Without having to.
Status.
How many status options do we have?
I guess it's in progress done.
I would add another
Review.
one that is,
Blocked.
yeah, blocked or pending, something
Block
like
is
this.
something like it's not your fault, but you cannot keep
Yeah,
working on it.
exactly. I need Nathan to look at this before I can fix it. This is blocked.
Edit
You know, this
value.
kind of.
Something with the Git strategy.
Blocked.
And one more, sorry, postpone.
Review.
postpone. Huh?
Review.
Awaiting review.
Yeah.
Review.
Postponed also, like, it was for this milestone, but we decided that it's not gonna happen. It's not blocked because it's not waiting on any particular thing to be resolved. We just decided to move it.
Yeah.
Why don't you change the milestone then?
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, for the Git strategy. What about using adds to blah, closes blah?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. That's cool because then when you look back in time at an issue, you say, okay, how we did this and this and this. and that.
That's it. So are we all here?
I think.
That's it.
No,
I'm not. Is not,
Is Yorick not gonna be part of this?
I'm not there.
is not that, did you accept the invitation?
I
invited you yesterday. Yeah. I invited you yesterday.
And also Ahmed, no?
No, I'm not there.
But
You
you
should
have.
you should accept.
I didn't get written.
Oh, you were not invited. I thought I did invite. Hey, wake up.
I didn't expect, I didn't see that.
Thank you.
Well,
I had it on my phone.
I mean,
Welcome back to say.
I don't think that Chris is gonna work on this.
No, okay.
What's your?
Or maybe
I mean, better to have him and not,
like for some reviews.
Oh, yeah.
better to have him not, and then using it.
Oh, Jesus.
Come on.
No, that's a good thing.
And also maybe Kai, for example.
Is that pending?
And yours, no?
To your phone?
No, I have an app that generated continuously.
Yeah, no, Stadium.
How did you do that? Maybe, how does that work? I want such a thing.
I mean, the algorithm, the cryptographic sheet under it, I don't know, but
Said.
But did you just log in this then?
then what's strong authentication?
What?
I don't know.
Let's invite, not everyone
Everyone's
is
in my life.
like an owner of this
No.
space, just as a collaborator.
Yeah, no, users,
Just users,
the member of the team.
yes. Invite maybe Yorik, Fabian, Kyle, Chris. Maybe also like Sable,
Mhm.
no?
Is that your ex avatar? That's your ex, no?
Yeah.
Okay, then.
Your ex.
Oh, what?
I'm on it.
Just to double check, inside you can write everything you want, right? If you double click on any of these guys, you can add links and notes and blah, 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 yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Each site that supports strong authentication, I add it there.
What is the app? Called, the app itself
And OTP,
and OTP.
oh my god, one-time password. And every app that supports strong authentication, I just add it here. Then this has this gene based on the name of the app, the QR code, maybe they exchange the client, the time, they generate this code.
Is it the one?
One time password. What happens if you don't have your phone and you need to go into one of these sites? Password still works.
No, because
The intention is that nobody can
both.
hack.
You need to have both. That's two-factor authentication is supposed to be the password and this. But if you lose that, when you enable that on your site, they give you keys, backup keys.
It's the same you're asking.
Yeah. But if you lose the backup keys and that, yes, you're fucked.
Okay.
Oh. So you create an account on that, and then even if you change the phone, you download the app, log in, and you get it.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's
So-
recommended to enable to play wherever you can.
Okay, this is for everything, right? So the richest view, I guess, is this one where we can
Yes.
have a view of everything, but this is
Just
the,
to keep track of where we are, basically.
Yeah. I don't know, don't even know.
And in here, you can probably also display more attributes, at least who it's assigned to, which is not showing now.
On
yeah,
the
this is
card?
what I was.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Oh,
sure
okay.
it should be.
Okay, now I'm a member of Kairos. Listen.
Herzlich willkommen.
This is the first time I've joined in my phone. And without the glass.
Okay, so do we add the tasks already, no?
Wait, so,
Fields, you see, so in here, on the first one.
this one.
Yeah, okay, there. And you can show, for example, who is assigned, oh, you did it already. This doesn't have anyone assigned to it, I guess.
Probably.
I have a friend inviting me tonight at 10:11 to a concert here in Kreuzberg.
What type of concept?
It's rock, they are British, so. I mean, if you're in
English.
the mood, English stuff.
Will be plenty, I think, if
I
everyone
mean, at
else.
11, we are going to be already drunk, I can believe.
I will do my best.
It's 7
To be drunk, you know. Me too.
Now you see who it's assigned to, yeah, this is good. Maybe the priority is also nice.
Yeah, that you can, I guess. It's already.
Yeah, priority.
Priority, yeah.
And
Now if you.
Yeah,
to
you
validate,
invite
you need to
one.
close the pop-up, which is like.
Yeah,
It doesn't show up.
maybe it doesn't have any yet.
Yeah, priority. I see it now.
Yeah,
It's like.
it's good, no? I mean, you have everything.
it's okay.
Yeah.
You can also sort like column fields, you can sort by priority or status.
Mhm. I mean, we could have a status view and a priority view. So that they're both accessible.
Yeah, I don't wanna pollute, I mean, thousands of views. But maybe, I don't know, maybe it's okay. For each of the domain, we have list view and Kanban view.
And the repos is still.
Kind of.
Yeah, I mean, when we use Notion for MLF stuff, you also had a view per user, because usually you want to see only the things that are assigned to you, so randoms list. And there, it's only me, because otherwise I need to filter manually every time I go in.
That's why it's used. You can basically customize. That's why we should define a basic setup here, and then each one of us can go inside here and add some filters that
No, but
If
when
you
you
don't-
save that,
you don't save. That
but when I close the window and open it again, it's still unsaved.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay,
I
if
guess.
that's the case, then fine. I would still suggest having
Let's see, I mean,
a view per user, so we can see who had more workload, or how far behind this guy is, or if this guy is finished and so on.
Kairos Research Lab, projects. No.
Oh, yeah. Depending on course. The artwork's always very pretty.
I mean, even here in the phone looks the same.
It's pretty,
Interesting, look,
because of the teeth.
interesting, look, you can group them,
As a whole.
that's cool.
Yeah, you say that's.
Yeah, so here, for example, we can group by.
Yeah, now, I'm saying it now. Slowly getting my German.
You're getting
Investor.
Or we create a new field, which is domain, so to say. Because we see that we identify UI, node set as main topic.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest getting that out.
Can we then group by labels?
Oh, no, we can't, apparently, because labels is not exclusive, no?
Yeah,
There can be multiple, so what happens? So maybe if we add a new field, which is single selection, we have UI.
are we sure that we're never gonna have two things?
Node set.
Like, what if it's about the nodes in the UI? Like, do we have those kinds of, combinations?
I don't understand, how is that different from type?
Because you can group by this select type
I mean, we can group,
columns, but not by tabs.
we can group by milestone, as you were suggesting also, I don't know. Or you can group by ascending.
actions. Issues.
You can see that
Milestone,
later, no?
Yeah.
priority maybe,
Yeah,
also,
yeah. But
normal.
And you can save that, no? I mean, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but then I would say this is a priority view. And it should say so on the title, because
yeah, that
if I-
view is just like everything like that.
I know you don't want many tabs, but I would suggest we do get a few. Because every time somebody wants to look at it differently, then they will have to manually change it again. And
No,
they
no, no,
will
we
say
need more
maybe they
views,
don't.
so. Can I duplicate this?
Yeah,
Say changes.
To new view.
Yeah, send this to a new view, or duplicate it.
Duplicate view. And this is, for example. Priority list. Where we have simply like. Group by priority. And
Well, I mean, okay, the views. We can figure out at some point, but we can already all start adding tasks. No?
Yeah.
We have everything we need. No?
And then we can create views later on.
that one I just deleted. It's just marked as deleted, but when you refresh it, it's gone.
okay, so for now, then we simply. Yeah, add stuff here, no?
Do you want it in any particular format? Just copy from the middle. Bring it in. Are we trying to follow some sort of standard or something? Because everybody wrote their notes quite differently, no?
I don't know if we can find a standard for that,
Okay, fair enough.
so.
I mean, but very, very consistent in the way you.
I don't know if you, I mean, tags is really,
The way you describe
really
the
generic,
task is. A bit more consistent between you.
but. Maybe we could have another field which is domain.
What is it you want to express?
I don't know. Because in the end, maybe. No, it's fine.
It's not so hard to add things later, and you can, I'm pretty sure you can select multiple and assign the same.
Let's just start.
Yes,
Yeah,
Yeah, could you add one more task once more? I think I did, I'm not very good. You just see how you do it. It's just like.
control space.
Yeah, and then just type whatever is the task. You need to put a hash, I just.
I press enter,
Yeah.
and then I can customize it.
Yeah, exactly, and then you go.
Paste,
here,
and
Sunny's
Seems like.
Yeah.
status, priority.
Okay, you are right.
can you?
Why there's no milestone here?
Because this is,
Even the that.
Because there are no milestones.
So.
Define it, no?
Yeah. Let me do that.
What would they say?
And he has
So-
a point editor. That's my brain giving up.
The jokes.
Wait, so
Said like.
these are, where are the milestones?
Do you know what's the scariest plant of all?
Issues.
No.
What's the scariest of all plants?
Milestones.
The scariest one.
Let me, milestones, you access milestone and edit milestone through issues.
You assign milestones to issues. You say this
Genius.
issue should.
Yeah, my milestone is something so global in a project, what should be inside issues.
I don't understand.
So I'm in Kairos,
See.
okay? I'd like to have like milestones somewhere, not like, I would say in projects. There should be like a milestone section here, no?
Yeah.
But the only way to access
Yeah,
that
it's
through issue,
it's stupid.
okay, no, but just to be double sure that this is the.
And then you assign tasks to that milestone.
But then why this is not visible there?
Yeah, that's weird.
Because you do that from the other view. I guess. No, go back to the project.
Let's look at the list view.
Yeah. But you could do that here as well, actually. If you go to the issue here, well, yeah, it doesn't matter.
But what I mean is that I have milestone here,
Boom.
It is.
okay.
Can you
but
try selecting multiple and assigning the
Here-
same milestone to all of them?
I don't see milestone. I don't know.
Because this is not yet an issue, this is just a tab.
When you press convert to issue, it's a draft, yeah, kind of.
It's a draft, yeah.
Then
Okay.
it doesn't really make sense to me, but anyway.
But-
The project should be the thing that drives development, no?
You can add a milestone once you convert it to a video.
Yeah, okay, I get it, but then I don't know
What about tasks?
why they are not the same thing then, yeah.
Yeah, it's always been a bit blurry,
Okay,
I would say.
anyway,
Can you
Let's
check
just-
if we can select multiple and assign, let's say, the same priority to all of them in one go?
Of course.
No? If you drag and drop, no?
I don't think
It's a
so.
Microsoft thing now.
Of course, yeah, I'm surprised we don't have Flippy suggesting. some bullshit. So what is the scariest of all?
And then when you want to add a label,
All the time.
can you add a label to mine, for example, to UI, how do you do that?
Like
I have to
this one, for
compare-
example,
The one that I created, investigate, yeah, and add a label now.
It's still a draft.
Ha-
So when it's a draft, you cannot do
I should
anything.
convert it to an issue,
Yeah.
yeah, and then Kairos. And then it
And
gives
then
me option for
label.
labels,
add the label.
UI, okay.
Every task is gonna end up being an issue.
Being an issue, yes. Yeah.
Now you can just pick the label here. You can't add labels.
No, yeah, you have to go to the other view.
Yeah.
But you have already the labels, no? This is.
Yeah,
already done.
If you want to create one, you have to go to another page, add the label, then go back here and.
This is a real issue. Dealing with a GitHub project page.
Yeah, it's, this view is fairly new, so I guess it's gonna be updated one day.
Or
Never.
or left.
Or never.
So again,
Much better.
let's go through the labels and add all.
I don't have permission to edit this field, which is the labels.
Okay,
This is, I don't accept this. First, you did not invite me to the GitHub. Second, I don't have permission to add my own label.
So let's define the labels.
When you ask him.
Shall we remove?
I say, no, part of it, like what's thinking how to organize.
Yeah, but let's be careful with labels because we don't want thousands of meaningless labels. Let's define the labels that we want.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I don't want to add one, I just want to assign one, like there's a UI. Just want to
For that, you
add.
should be able to do it.
Yeah, but apparently not.
So UI.
On the Miro side, I started to. Which is already added to the GitHub.
Help wanting.
Yeah, user does not have permission to update the.
Yeah,
label.
I'm trying to fix that.
Sí, sí, bueno, pero ese me lo voy a acordar.
Documentation.
Esa es la posición en la cama en el lado. ¿Tienes un cuarto? La saca y la trato de bueno, el del pie enojado.
Este también es mono enojado.
Bueno,
Ay, 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 ay. Jesus. Editing frameworks.
So, I just add one. Oh, yeah, in the label. Hello?
Maybe someone takes a look to the other.
Ingui. I don't know.
Huh?
Ingui.
In GUI or UI, we have already one.
Maybe it could be a tag in
Yeah.
GUI.
Yeah.
When you have a problem, you tag. I don't know.
I don't know how deep are you going to put labels. GUI. Because technology is also
Yeah, that's something specific. Maybe that's we could use often.
advanced widgets. Should we go so deep? Or
No.
only
Okay.
one level?
Can X is it there? Letters, layers.
We have also the synchronization. Next,
Synchronization could be like
synchronization and
flow.
go down. It's the yellow one. Time sync and control.
Time sync.
Time sync. Was for me, control would be controlling
It's a bit too
Kairos
generic.
from outside.
Time sync.
Time sync.
Or clock.
Whatever,
No?
but whatever feels much better with
Clocks.
Clocks.
Topic.
If you're not an admin, you cannot create a label.
Serialization also. So
We have already.
can you go to the middle?
We now have clock and clocks
Ah, shit.
Delete the clock.
here.
Clocks. Delete this one.
Clocks makes more sense than clock.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we can say which category.
I need a mouse. Otherwise.
But serialization is there. Okay, so this search doesn't really work. Okay.
No,
Well, I was trying to search through, but
for serialization
and it's already there. So okay, whatever.
serialization is already there.
Yeah.
We can assist you because we have already mirror here. You can write it down.
So what have you already?
We are looking for the how are they called? Nathan?
What?
Categories and
These are just labels.
labels, sorry, documentation.
Documentation. It will already be there, documentation.
Yeah, it is.
Communication is already there.
Yeah,
documentation,
Note set.
note set,
It's a bit vague,
yeah.
or yeah, no,
Note set, no.
I mean, but inside node set we have Alchemy, Layer X,
yeah,
Index, Kairos, plugins.
Yeah.
okay, that's,
Node set.
Just writing.
I'm adding it, huh?
Yeah, and then if we go down, serialization is already
It's
there.
already there.
Time sync and control.
Yeah, that is
Clocks.
clocks now.
Blocks, okay.
Clocks, project
I
management.
will add
Project management.
lines.
Yeah,
Like terms that we often use.
project management.
Uh,
This is middle, finances.
Yeah, finance. But that's the question, are we collecting development issues? Or do we also like set up a bank account? Would it be there?
I don't know, since this is the central place where
Yeah,
we
yeah.
manage the project,
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
where we have,
Finance,
So we will put in here the account number and the password.
credit card number. Yeah,
For everyone.
that's also a password manager, no? Of course.
please give me a blood thing.
A blood, well, then FF 0000 FF.
Black,
Lazy.
money is black for you?
It's red.
No, I thought you wanted to paint it black.
And serialization is already there.
Yeah, it's
It's already there.
Next, we go one level further, right?
Depends, I mean, if, yeah, if needed.
Data binding, I see, but probably it's already added. Communication, data binding, we have
Yeah.
DevOps.
DevOps.
Communication is already there.
DevOps is already there? Yeah,
Yeah.
I see.
Documentation is already there.
iServer.
Server, no?
Hmm?
What else?
Just to identify those kind of
Uh-huh.
operators.
Yeah, but then don't forget that this is iServer, doesn't necessarily have to be a tag, it can also be part of just the issue name, no?
Yeah, I'm working on the OSC server and
Okay,
tag it
okay.
as a,
I know, okay, okay.
so that I can, okay, what kind of servers are available?
Oh.
You know, what kind of issues are related to the
Yeah, okay,
servers?
okay.
I don't know, maybe it's getting too kind of
Yeah, because then you would just do it, this is a bindex issue. But then you don't want to go like even more one level below in the category.
Okay, let's not get crazy then.
Yeah, yeah.
Start to add the features.
And
huh?
if we think that it's missing after we add it.
Yeah.
Let's do it now. And now we start adding those cards or whatever, however it's called, right?
Yeah,
And do you do it or do we do it on our own?
everyone just do it
On their own.
to speed up the process.
So I would say, we do that like we did before, everyone picks a topic.
And well, those that we created.
Yeah.
You do the DevOps or you?
I can do it. Almost finished with this.
Okay. Interesting something about the Canary Islands. I need to ask you something about the Canary Islands.
Are you moving there?
No, no. Would you recommend it?
Of course.
Oh,
Pretty girls and nice weather. Not yours? Not mine?
Yes.
1 hour.
No. So make these things, right?
Dinner.
And then we should wait until they accept it.
Yeah, I'm already accepted.
No, but like when you make a task, if you're not an owner, if you're a user, you cannot make it. I mean, it should, yeah, it should approve it, which is,
Like the events.
yeah.
If we go for food, we go around here for sure. Yes. But anyway, I've got the key, so if you want, just pass by and get the keys. Can also do that. Okay. I mean, yeah. Okay. Similitude. Okay, so I guess we can do a close share. You're already doing that. Share. You're already doing the.
Is that custom? Ah.